Yes.
We have seen some incredible things this week. 3 days of fishing already in this fourth stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. But right at the top of the list is this performance. Canadian angler Corey Johnston could well turn out to be the greatest single winning effort we have ever seen in the 8 previous visits from here in this incredible fishery, the St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida. We are down to Championship Sunday, and look at Corey Johnston. That's the standings as they are right now. He started the day with an almost impossible 14 pounds and change lead over his nearest competitor. That's going to be our lead story, Mark Zona. No doubt about that.
No doubt about it, Tommy Sanders. We said it yesterday morning on FS1. This is the land of the giants. And as crazy as it sounds, to put it in golf terms, having a 14-pound lead in a fishing tournament is like having a 14-stroke lead, and you're actually in a state where that lead is not safe yet.
These anglers have been fishing for just a little over an hour right now. They took off, I should say, about an hour ago from Palatka, Florida. And at the takeoff, we had a chance to hear from our leader.
Go out and have some fun today. Hopefully make the right decisions. Hope it all falls together, and we'll see what happens. We got a big lead, but that don't mean nothing on the St. Johns River. There's giants in here, and we just got to do all we can do.
Corey Johnston and his brother were 2 Canadians who joined the Bassmaster Elite Series.
They're really
6
good.
year ago, and proved to us that they
Yes.
belonged here. Probably should have been here the whole time. And just incredible record by both of them.
Yes.
Top tier guys from the jump, and now it's trying to play out so that Corey can pick up his first win. His brother's already won out.
And really, long before they fished the Bassmaster Elite Series, known as some of the best smallmouth fishermen in Canada, well, they've proven to be 2 of the best all-around fishermen in the country.
Welcome to you this morning for live bass fishing coverage from the final day Championship Sunday at the Maxam Bassmaster Elite. That is Mark Zona right there. And Z, this place has been so incredible. And once again, it's proved out it can be incredibly bountiful. Witness Corey Johnston this week, and it can take everything away from you just in the turn of a hat.
The best way to put it is no lead is safe in the state of Florida, especially this body of water. The reason being, if you looked at your day 1 leader, Caleb Summerall from Louisiana, a giant stringer of bass, all of his bass almost 6 pounds apiece, had right about 28 pounds, backed it up on day number 2 with 1 fish. Did not even make our top 10 cut, was in the driver's seat for literally 1 day. But if you really watch Corey Johnston looking for his first victory on the Bassmaster Elite Series, everything just has kind of gone right so far in this event. With that being said, keep your eye on the morning bite. There are things that happen on this body of water. We're going to talk about why there are certain forages that are spawning, whether it's a shad spawn or a bluegill spawn. Basically, the food the bass eat. It does not last very long, but is definitely exciting the first 90 minutes of fishing.
Okay, Ronnie Moore, right under Corey Johnston in second place, is another great story. Corey, perhaps the biggest winning effort of all time, pending today. Probably we've seen the best comeback ever in history here on the St. Johns River.
Yeah, Brad Watley has had 2 Elite Series top 10s in his entire career over the last 5 years, and he's had 2 in the last 2 weeks here on FS1. And Brad Watley with 31 pounds, 7 ounces yesterday. That is the 7th biggest bag that we've seen at the St. Johns River, which means anything can happen on this final day, and we're glad to be in the boat with him, seeing what kind of jump and big move he could make today.
Yeah, very much looking forward to that. Mike Suchon,
Exactly.
Again, the second day in a row with no rookies in the top 10. Is that even legal in this day and age? Can we do that?
No, we still have a rookie leading the Angler of the Year, but a lot of these guys, Brad Watley has really climbed up the leaderboard, and Greg Hackley, some of these guys in their top 10 have really pushed and made the potential of getting to the Classic Academy in the top 40 at the end of the year. So they really helped themselves for the season.
All right, very much looking forward to the start of our day. Again, they've been going for about an hour here, and the morning time has been the best time.
Absolutely. So if you look up to the right-hand corner of your screen, one of the things going on in Crescent Lake, we're going to talk about that. Definitely a big bite early for about 3 or 4 of our anglers in the top 10. But the man in the driver's seat from Canada, Corey Johnston, and this was moments ago, not starting in the area that he has done his damage all week long, kind of calling an audible to start Championship Sunday.
Yeah! You freaking kidding me? Freaking 7-pounder. Freaking threw it in there and the pads just go whoosh. I thought it was like a 2-pounder. Look at that baby. Unbelievable.
Boy, but everything he's done this week has, for the most part, been spot on. Not starting in his primary area and starting with almost a 7. We were gonna try to manufacture drama, but boy, that shoots that off.
Absolutely. I mean, that was job 1, and now we've had the wheels taken out from
that
under
one
us
is.
here.
6 for sure.
Boy, you could replay that in real time. That was a great
Wasn't it?
catch. I'm gonna lay out on this one right here. This is hand-to-hand combat on this fish right here. Moments ago, Corey Johnston.
Yeah! You freaking kidding me? Freaking 7-pounder. Freaking threw it in there and the pads just go whoosh. I thought it was like a 2-pounder. Look at that baby. Unbelievable.
Boy, have we ever done a power pole replay of the day on the very first bite of the morning? But that was a good bite indeed. Not going down to Salt Springs, which I'm sure we're going to see a little bit later today on FS1. Beautiful area south of here. Corey Johnston fishing the main river to start Championship Sunday, and the first bite of the morning, almost a 7-pounder.
7-pounder.
Canadian angler looking for his first Bassmaster Elite Series victory. That is the right one to get you there, Tommy Sanders. Power pole replay of Championship Sunday so far. Corey Johnston with a giant from the St. Johns River.
You're just joining in. He started the day with a 14-pound plus lead, and now he adds a 7-pounder. Oh my goodness.
7-pounder.
Corey, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. That big bite was exactly what I wanted in the morning. Bonus fish. I mean, we can catch 2 more of those. We're good. I think we're gonna run back.
Going through right now and getting evaluated. He's weighing all of his fish so that it's easier to cull later, and so we'll probably get a good estimate or a good accuracy on that 6.5 to 7-pounder.
Okay, the other bite that's been going on the St. Johns River, really in this lake right here, Crescent Lake, on the east side of Crescent Lake, all of these cypress trees overnight there is a shad spawn. The shad, they spawn this time of year in low light conditions, and there's about a 90-minute window in the morning where it is lights out. You have to do your work very quickly, and we got to see that yesterday with Louisiana angler Greg Hackney.
Got you, sucker. Got you, sucker. How about that? That's a big bass there. Had that old trailer hook and the main hook in his mouth.
Oh, he is wow. I mean, hot mess.
We gotta stand down, baby.
Stand down. We can bring it back if we need to. Stand down. Stand down. Get him while you're hot. Oh, gotta retie. I've got Nick.
Well, that is how you want to start on Championship Sunday with.
He's a little worked up about
yes,
that one.
Chris Johnston and Greg Hackney. Big one right there. Like we said, you have to work very quickly on this bite. The shad spawn around all of those cypress trees, and when the sun comes out, it is absolutely done. So time is of the essence for Greg Hackney, but starting off with a big one here this morning.
Greg Hackney has got a lure that seems perfectly suited for the job at hand. He's going to elaborate on that a little bit for us on our Bass Pro Shop's top lures.
I'm Greg Hackney. We're here on the St. Johns River. We just finished up day 3. Tomorrow is Championship Sunday, and all week this week for me, my dominant deal has been the shad spawn. And my bait of choice, that is a Strike King Tour Grade spinner bait named the shad spawn. The deal is it has 4 blades. Biggest one's about a 3.5. First thing is it looks like a school of shad coming through the water, not only to the bass, but to the shad. And so when those shad are spawning, they're attracted to all that flash. And so basically, when you throw it out there and I reel it back, I have my bait and a whole school of shad. And right before those fish will, get to the bait, the shad have a tendency to, they run. Well, that leaves that bait that still looks like that school of shad. Roll it, they eat it. God, it looks awesome in the water. And again, they've eaten it every morning.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures. That one works for Greg Hackney.
We need to clarify something with that bait right there. Greg Hackney actually had Strike King make that bait for him about 2 weeks ago just for this tournament and this exact bite. This time of year when the shad spawn early in the morning, it is absolutely, Ronnie said it earlier today, it is absolutely incredible because you can catch your 5 bass limit basically off of one single tree. The biggest problem that Hackney's had all week long, hasn't been catching very big ones, a lot of 3 to 3.5 pounders. That is not the case. Already a good stringer in the live well for Greg Hackney. Like we said, he needs to do his work very quickly this morning. And I'll tell you what's been interesting. So many anglers tried to make that bite work on the east side of Crescent Lake. I mean, dozens of anglers, but Greg Hackney, one of the anglers that made it to Championship Sunday.
Got an update. They weighed all the fish in Corey Johnston's boat. That 6.5 to 7 pounder weighed 7 pounds 10 ounces on his scale.
No.
Almost an 8 pounder to start his day.
Good grief, what a start for a guy who was way ahead. Man who spent a lot of time laboring in the same area that Corey Johnston has labored this
Got a
week.
manatee right there? It's a manatee.
That is a
Hey, little buddy.
Friend right next to Matt Airy.
Manatee's a good boy. Kiss him right on the nose. Give me a break.
Get a good picture of that, dude. That's so cool. Get a good picture of his face if he comes up.
Okay.
Because I want it. Or a video. Is he still there?
Look at him.
You got. Oh, good. They ought to run that on live. I mean, that's awesome, dude. I'd love to reach down there and pet him. Probably not supposed to touch him, are you?
I have no idea.
Dude, he's so awesome. Those things are so cool.
That is
Hey,
awesome.
buddy. What's up, buddy? Yeah. Oh, he's gonna leave us. Yeah, it's my wife's favorite animal, dude. I don't want to hit him in the head with my trolling motor. Would not feel good.
Friendly environment for
He's a
fishermen
good
here.
So I
boy.
better get back to bass fishing.
Good boy.
Big old manatees, lots of them, great
I had to stop
population here. In fact, some of the
that out.
places
You don't see that
they
every
have
day.
to-
Sorry.
have to
Protected.
run,
Yeah.
have to slow down.
Yep.
Troll.
Often, if you're in the state of Florida, you'll see a lot of outboard engines with cages on the props because in non-manatee zones, when you can resume normal operation, they still can exist. And
To not hurt.
And
Try to
this
not,
this
yeah.
doesn't. Yeah.
That was awesome.
He ain't big, but he got a lot of attitude. But you regret that, don't you, brother?
Oh, going big. Big manatees, and boy,
Yes.
big lead for Corey Johnston that just got a whole lot bigger after this catch.
7-pounder. Look at that baby. Unbelievable.
I'll say it
Boy.
again, we could be watching the best production ever. Elite Series angler and all these trips to the St. Johns River.
That is why you come to Florida right there, man. And the biggest thing, he's done that all week long.
He's had a sensational, really, last 11 events on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Still looking for that first win. With every minute that clicks by, he's getting closer to it on
as
this
we said,
special day for Corey Johnston.
No lead is safe.
No? Right? Did we say that? Let's check the record. We might want to check that out. It's good stuff either way. We'll be right back.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather's Jane Menard, and here is today's Bassmaster Elite Series forecast. We're looking at the weather in Palatka, Florida on the St. Johns River. Yes, we've got some cloud cover, but temperatures, they're still warm, and we're going to hold on to that warmth through the afternoon into the mid-80s. Thankfully, weather is on our side for the most part. Don't forget you can download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV device.
Fox Weather's Jay Menard once again running down the weather. Our outlook for today looks pretty good. For fishing, a little bit different, a little cooler than it was yesterday. This is the Bassmaster Elite Series Maxam Tire Elite, sponsored by Toyota. By Nitro Boats. By Dakota Lithium. And by Humminbird. Started with our full field of 103 anglers. Back on Thursday, we cut the field after 2 days to 50, and yesterday was semifinal Saturday. 10 remain on this day. Our leader, Corey Johnston of Canada, we've already seen some big fireworks from him on this day. He's not letting up. Obviously, he's not going to rest on his laurels. The great foundation he has built in search of his first win here. We got plenty other anglers who have exceeded expectations this week. Of course, expectations also always high for this man, Florida native Drew Benton.
Exactly right. And this is earlier today with Drew Benton. Not a local, but a lot of knowledge of the St. Johns River, fishing just south of Greg Hackney, looking for that shad spawn bite. Most of his damage this week on a swim jig in canals and the main river, but calling inaudible this morning.
Oh, tiny. I don't think he's gonna be 12. Ain't no way. Oh yeah, he is 12. 13. You better turn that off.
Four of our top 10 today did a lot of their work in Crescent Lake. That was, if we would have came into this event and said more people would be in the top 10 from Crescent than Rodman, we would have probably all taken the side of Rodman.
Well, one thing we talked about on day one, talking to a lot of the locals, this is where this bite goes down this time of year. But, you know, you're
Pretty sure
you're
I'll
also
be
seeing
going
some
by.
guys gambling this morning too.
Yeah, I bit it again.
And there's more anglers that tried to make this happen that are not fishing today.
What I got here? That's a good one. Two and a half pounder. All right.
Hackney and Christie both got limits over there, and Benton's on his way.
All right, we're gonna slink on out of Crescent and get over to Brad Watley from Texas. 31 pounds and 4 ounces on semifinal Saturday. An angler that really needed to catch him in this tournament.
He and Christie are only two who made the top 10 last week, so they're fishing their 8th competitive day in the last 10 days.
Yeah.
A lipless crankbait, and that is a bonus fish because that is not how Brad Watley caught them yesterday. So
Okay.
ahead of schedule for the Texas angler.
Boy, he is finishing strong here. Great as Chris Johnston's effort has been, no day of his can touch this day. Yesterday by Brad Watley, 31 pounds and 4 ounces. The only angler to get over 30 pounds, needless to say, during the course of this week. And as we say, it's one of the greatest comebacks ever here. From 95th place on day one, all the way to 2nd place to start championship Sunday.
95th to 2nd place.
And so his 3 days of competition, he's down by 13 or 14 pounds to start the day. He only had 2 fish on day one, so he only has 12 total bass and has 60 pounds for 3 days.
Yeah, so this morning we just started on a little area, get a limit, and fill our limit. I mean, it don't weigh much. We got one decent fish that could make the ride the way in if we put some big ones with it. But right now, like I stopped here late in the day yesterday and made 2 key coils. I caught a 7.5 and a 5.5 on in like 5 flips, and I left. I almost started here this morning, but I really think it's, I don't know. I feel like it's more later on in the afternoon deal, but you never know. I mean, Corey, when I got here, Corey was here, or leaving. I mean, he might have caught 50 pounds here. I have no idea. It's just been better for me in the afternoons, so. But I did want to try it. I was already up this way. I said, well, and I'm trying to keep my timing right down there. I don't want to blow through my area down there if the timing's not right and they not bite, and it caused me to leave or whatever. So I'm just kind of biding some time really right now and just see if I can put a fish in the boat here. There's definitely big ones here. I've caught a lot of big fish over the years right in this area right here. unfortunately, most of them have been during practice, but 2 of them yesterday weren't.
So a miserable day 1, and I asked Brad Watley, I said,
But no, that's it, guys. I mean,
Stand
we're
by.
just fishing, having fun, really. I mean, we started out with a Bill Lewis trap this morning, old standby, chrome, blueback, filled our limit out. Now we're just doing a little flipping, see if we can run up on one here. And if we don't, that's fine. It's no big deal. We'll hit it again this afternoon. A lot of this stuff on the river is timing, you know. I mean, it's a tidal fishery, and you think it really, well, you know, it don't fluctuate just majorly like a lot of them, and you're right, it doesn't. You know, it's not a huge fluctuation, but you can see that log right there, you see that current. You know, I mean, it makes, and that current positions these fish, even where I'm, you know, fishing further south. I mean, it's further down there, but there's still tidal influence.
so I asked Brad Watley, and we're going to get over back into Crescent. I said, on day 1, you only caught 2 bass and made the comeback to be in 2nd place. I said, what did you do wrong on day 1 of this tournament? He said, I chased that shad spawn in Crescent, where we have been all morning so far today.
Boy, different experience for different folks for sure. Florida fits his eye, fits Drew Benton's eye as well. He owns 2 victories with the Elite Series, and we're headed to the site of one of those, our next stop on the Elite Series.
Gosh, this is like old school bassing right now on this body of water. And well needed, Tommy Sanders.
sure.
Well needed,
Appreciate
friends.
it. I can vouch for that.
That's awesome.
Waterway that has not forgotten the spinnerbait.
Exactly.
It is kind of a time warp. Every time we come here, old school style anglers or veterans of the sport rise to the top. This one really throws a lot of young anglers for a curveball, whether it's February or this week in April.
Look at Corey Johnston, though, just streaking, never holding back. He's going to blow it out today if he can, and you know he is on his way right now. Brad Watley hanging in there in 2nd place. Greg Hackney with a good start to his day as well. Classic champ Jason Christie in 4th place, and Corey Johnston's brother, Chris Johnston, in 5th. So much going on the St. John's. Good Sunday morning to you. Glad you're with us for our live coverage here of this Elite Series event. Our next one on the schedule comes up in 3 weeks. It's going to be Lake Murray over at South Carolina. Drew Benton in our top 10 today. Good time for him to come into form because he won it last year. We'll be looking at him for sure, Mark Zona. That was a great tournament.
Absolutely be fantastic fishing on Lake Murray, one of the best lakes in the country. And if you've watched this tournament all week long, pretty much the forward-facing sonar anglers got their teeth kicked in. A lot of people happy about that. Look for them to rise back up in that tournament potentially. Should be an awesome time in South Carolina.
Absolutely. It'll take you down to there we go.
All spicy and zesty.
Long time. Lakes go up and down through the years. Lake Murray, you'd have to say, is in an up cycle the last few years. And really can't wait to get there. All sorts of different approaches. Constant fish catching, great competition last year. Let's get back down to the 10 who are left on Championship Sunday. Here on the St. Johns River in Florida, also in Crescent Lake, is a former Classic champ, 8-time winner with the Bassmasters, Jason Christie.
Like I said, I love this stretch. Yeah. Got him.
And like we said, on the east side of Crescent Lake, on that shad spawn bite, it happens in a hurry. Other thing is a little presence of wind today. That's one of the things we have not seen much of on the east side of the lake. One thing we're seeing today, presence of wind, little bit lower light, a little hazy like it was yesterday morning. So many anglers chase this bite in that exact region of Crescent Lake. You're seeing Drew Benton, Greg Hackney, and Jason Christie getting it done today. And like we said, that window is about another 30 minutes at most.
Yeah.
And then where they go, nobody really knows, Tommy Sanders.
Part of the mystery. We'll be following that for you today.
Solid morning.
That was his start to the day. Now back live to Jason Christie.
Tear our trolling motor up. Yeah, I mean, we started off, haven't got a big bite yet, but this is more like the second day. We got, the conditions are just better. We got some low light and the wind's kicking a little bit. I'm literally just fishing new stuff, following those guys right up there. That's flying. It's got to have two things. It's got to have a bird. It needs to have some birds around. And then obviously trees that will hold some fish. I've seen some trees in practice. That one tree would have 25 pounds on it. You just got to find that tree, and the problem is that tree changes each day because these fish move around, and you got to relocate it. I mean, you'll know it when you get to it. We just haven't found that tree yet, but just shad spawn deal, just booyah, half-ounce finesse, spinnerbait matches. I mean, whenever you get around one, he eats it. And just covering a lot of, we're moving fast until I catch one, and then slowing down. Trees like that one right there, that's set out all by itself, have been the right ones. Gar love them. And that's what's crazy is you can literally catch a gar one cast. I can't get a hold of him. And then the next cast catch a bass, so doesn't scare me a bit. They're all eating the same thing.
One of the main things watching Jason Christie and Greg Hackney looking at the spinner baits that they're throwing to match the size of the shad. Very, very small blades.
Back to Brad Watley in a place that, gosh, why does it look familiar?
Right where Corey Johnston caught that big one earlier today. Brad Watley live. And Such, Brad Watley having 2 top 10 finishes in the state of Florida. Really his Achilles heel is where he lives, the state of Texas.
Yeah, he came in here 73rd in AOI points, fell down after day one. Now he's 33rd place. He stays there. It's a good.
I think it's also a time of year and style of fishing because he is most definitely one of those shallow water power fishermen, and we saw those first two.
Literally
exact same spot.
The exact same spot. That is, if you have ever fished a tidal river, that is tidal fishing 101. They tend to live together.
Freaking kidding me? Freaking 7-pounder. Freaking threw it in there and the pads just go whoosh. I thought it was like a 2-pounder. Look at that baby. Unbelievable.
The bonus fish as he moves back to his area, Salt Springs. He's going up right there right now.
Yeah, and both of those anglers definitely ahead of schedule because Brad Watley also is not in his primary area, but one angler who has survived in an area we have seen in years past that did not play as well this time around. For any of the folks that love technology and do love forward-facing sonar events, Jacob Fouts has been on big schools of bass in Rodman Reservoir, but the problem is that there's a lot of 3 to 4 pounders, but catching those 5 to 7s that we've already seen this morning have been vacant for Jacob Fouts. Looking at about 10 to 15 feet of water. A lot of these schools are only about 5 feet under the surface, chasing about 3-inch threadfin shad. A topwater bait and a baby Z2 has done most of the damage.
Boy, after finishing 100th last year at Sabine, he's been on a roll. He had 2 top 10s, St. Clair and Champlain, and then 5 cuts this season. Top 10.
And hats off to him here. Wow, that is actually one of his better fish we've seen. And he had to outfish a lot of pressure in there, probably 30 to 35 boats on day 1, and he is the only survivor out of Rodman.
That's a good way to start right there. He's skinny though, look how long he is. If he was fat, he'd be a 5-pounder. Let's go.
Makes you like those spinner bait and flipping bites a lot.
Oh, yeah.
No, right.
Let's get you back to Corey Johnston, as we mentioned, on the move, giving us a little update en route.
Go in this spring here for a bit, see what I want to see what it looks like. I don't know how many are left in here, but I want to give it a couple hours, and the wind's supposed to pick up today. So it's going to make it extremely hard to see, plus the boat traffic, I'm dirtying it all up. And if I can find one that I can catch, I mean, it makes them have to really catch them today. So go in here and look for one great big one, and we're going to set up on it until we catch her. That's the game plan right now. We got 3 real small ones in the live well, so I think if I went and flipped pads, I could call them out pretty quickly, hopefully. But I want to go in here first, take a little look around, and then if I don't like what I see, then we're gonna switch and go flip some more pads. I got a couple stretches at the bottom of George that I had a real good practice on. I had like bites, so we're just gonna go see what happens here. Next hour is going to dictate what the rest of the day is going to, what we're going to do for the rest of the day. So hopefully we find a couple big ones. We don't have to leave.
Corey Johnston, what he's got has laid the groundwork for what he plans to do. Spend all the time he wants to on a fish. He's one of the great side fishermen of all time, and he can do that again and not worry about things.
Yeah, he definitely has the benefit of that big one in his live well already, and really only needs one more bite. You can tell the mental calculator is already in work for the rest of his day. So, unbelievable event.
Corey Johnston, always up there in our progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year stats. Right now, he's on a roll, except for last week. His last 6 elite events have been in the top 25. That puts him up there and only in 5th place. So strong is the field out here these days. Trey McKinney, the rookie, who hit his first really little rough patch at this tournament right here, in that he's not in the top 10 today. Still hanging on to that lead, but just a couple spots, 5 spots ahead of Jordan Lee, back with the Elite Series, the 2-time Classic champion. Chris Johnston, Corey's brother, in 3rd place. Another rookie, Tyler Williams, in 4th place. Very important, that points race all year long. Today on Fox, the stars of NASCAR head to Talladega for the biggest thrill ride of the year. The pre-show kicks things off at 2 Eastern, and the green flag flies at 3 Eastern today on Fox.
That will be a wild one.
It
Thomas.
always is, yeah. Everything sort of goes wild there.
Our classic champ, Justin Hamner, lives down the road from Talladega. Got to take the
that's
classic
right.
trophy there and visit Dega the other day. Yeah.
Very nice. Very, very nice. Corey Johnston, your leader by a large margin. Trying to stretch that lead out even more. Corey Johnston in search of his first Bassmaster Elite Series win. He's certainly got the credentials to do that. One of those guys you might say is overdue, even though he's only been out here 6 years.
No, it is more than fair to say he is overdue. Catching, owns a century belt and owns it with smallmouth bass over a 5-pound average. Catching 100 pounds on Lake Ontario and getting beat. Most amazing thing, watching Corey Johnston, known as one of the best smallmouth fishermen out of Canada and the United States whenever he's in the U.S. waters. He is a phenomenal largemouth fisherman. If you really watch what him and his brother Chris Johnston do, unbelievable sight fishermen using their eyes to catch bass, smallmouth, largemouth. What we're going to do right now, we're going to take a look. There's a century belt right there for Corey Johnston. We're going to look at where he has done the majority of his damage this week in your Humminbird Unlock the Lake. These are all Corey Johnston's catches. We're going to go down to an area known as Salt Springs. Fair to say, the biggest community hole on 110 miles of water, and he did his damage in the back of Salt Springs. Very consistent water temp, around 70 to 72 degrees. Hard bottom. This is where a ton of bass from basically November all the way to May come into spawn. And the most amazing thing, looking at all those catches on this Humminbird Unlock the Lake, he was only around 3 boats the entire tournament. So kind of had free reign. If there was more boats in that area, hard pressed to win this event. Your Humminbird Unlock the Lake with Corey Johnston has done all of his damage in the back of Salt Springs, and Corey Johnston has made his way to the area. He did all of that work all tournament long. Corey Johnston live.
We are back in the Holy Land in the spring, and we're on the hunt for one big one. If I can find one big one that's locked down, I'll sit on her all day till I catch her. Just got to get that sun to come up just a little bit more. There's one I left on a bed up here. I'm gonna take a look and see if she's still there. This place is crazy. I mean, fish just pull up constantly.
Amazing. Corey Johnston really only wanted to get one day out of this area.
Yeah. They're getting ready to have a time in here again.
Boy, they did yesterday. I mean, recreational boats, big party on the sandbar in the back.
But you're right, he was skeptical about coming here day 2.
He almost did not come here day 2 when he caught his biggest stringer of the tournament. Well, they're having a time. I think probably left over from last night.
Wait a minute.
Majority of his fish, sight fishing off beds, a few cruisers throughout the event.
Oh boy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a big one. Might have found her. I just don't know which bed she's on. The male was still chasing her. Where'd you go, Tina?
And that is Corey Johnston's brother, Chris Johnston, who has a Bassmaster Elite Series victory. We talked about it yesterday on FS1. They work together, even though they...
She's a 5-pounder.
share a ton of information. When one is in position to win, especially getting to the final day, the other brother will back off. Yesterday, they kind of pushed each other throughout the afternoon in that area Corey's in.
It's amazing. They're pretty close in top 10s. Corey has 20 in his 60 Bass events. Chris has 19 in his 59 B.A.S.S events. And they are up in our top 5 of average winnings per event. You're going to increase it here.
This is earlier today with Chris Johnston, and really that's been his game plan. Like Matt Airy, who's been in that area with Corey Johnston, is try to catch a quick limit out on the main river and then make your way to Salt Springs.
Gotcha.
And call every one of those out.
Yeah, good.
We're gonna go until we get to that break in the pads up there. That tree is. And we'll go try another stretch.
Where she went, but we'll find her.
And we're probably gonna give it another 9 hour on the pads, and then we might go run some springs. See what we can find.
Get back over to Crescent Lake, one of the other anglers who's spent the majority of his tournament time in there is Texan Ray Hanselman.
Yeah, a little
best
bit.
day was day 2.
A little bit slower yesterday, 4 fish. Good fish though, 13 pounds. Quality definitely has been there.
1910 on day number 2, so he knows what he can do here.
Uh-oh.
Man, he was in that crab pot. I was hung on that crab pot. Hopefully he didn't gouge the line. Come here. Yeah. The old deadliest catch right there. How about that? 4-pounder. Try that again.
Good one right there.
Small victories.
Hanselman. Tried to make the shad spawn bite work earlier today, moving to a shell bar on the top of Crescent Lake, and not getting a lot of bites, but the right ones for Ray Hanselman.
Been a real treat being here in the state of Florida. This is old Florida here, baby. This is the St. Johns River that's far away from the populations and the beaches and the big cities and all the things that you think about these days in Florida. This is the old prehistoric ancient Florida right here, and we got some of the great collections of wildlife in all of these United States.
Taking a look at your TH Marine weather watch. A lot cooler today because it has been steamy all week long in the low 90s, a lot of humidity. Not the case today, 85 degrees. It's like early spring has returned to the St. Johns River. That's your TH Marine weather watch.
Everyone's sort of hanging out the rookery this Sunday morning before they get out and start looking for some food, start doing their own fishing.
The outlaw.
They will be moving big time around the lake here a little later today. It's still early on this Sunday morning and plenty more fishing yet to come. The Maxam Bassmaster Elite right here on the St. John.
I mean, laid back.
Big day today, championship Sunday at the Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River. What a great location, a very very popular through the years for the Bassmaster Elite Series to start the year, but we're here a little bit later. Special note of thanks to the Putnam County Chamber of Commerce. What a great fishing community we have here. Great welcoming community for our efforts here. Takes all kinds of great work on the part of a lot of people to make a big event like this come off, and Putnam County does it flawlessly. They've also been a big part of creating this incredible, one-of-a-kind weigh-in and takeoff facility here. The city dock at Palatka is terrific.
And there's a couple big things on the website as well from Craig Lamb and some of our photographers. They've been doing restoration projects, fencing off areas where they've planted grass so it can grow and not be eaten. So they're replenishing this body of water that was once filled with grass. They're in the efforts to restore this place.
Exactly. This was earlier today with Corey Johnston. That is actually a story David Brown did on Bassmaster.com. Restoring the eel grass in the river.
You freaking kidding me?
Obviously, it's still a couple good ones swimming around in the lily pads here.
7-pounder.
Such, I know it gets you fired up. Do we have potential for a century?
I've invited they waiting as long as I could to get him. He's halfway there. He needs 26.3.
Baby.
And he'd be the third guy to do it in largemouth and smallmouth. And we'd add another lake, the 11th lake or fishery.
Would that be his biggest of the tournament? The biggest day of the tournament would be a 26.3?
No, he's got 27.
He had
27 on day 2.
27 on day 2.
He's done it.
He is locked in on one. So kind of dissecting this Salt Springs, for any of the folks here on FS1, what makes it so unique is a lot of the regular St. Johns River color is that tannic, that tannic brown. It looks like a dark tea. You don't have that in Salt Springs. This spring generally right around 70 to 72 degrees, very hard bottom environment for spawning, whether it's tilapia or largemouth. And the other thing about this area,
let's see if we can see this
that we've seen throughout this tournament, for the most part, we've had conditions just like that. Higher skies, light winds, not a lot of boat traffic on Thursday and Friday of competition, where Corey did a lot of work in there. Today, there probably will be a lot more boat traffic that we saw yesterday, and the presence of wind is coming.
That'll make it more of a challenge. Hats off to Corey for making this work. Just on day number 1, someone who fished just yards away from him was able to do nothing the next day.
Yeah, your day 1 leader, Caleb Summerall, was yards away from Corey Johnston and caught 1 bass, while Corey caught his biggest stringer of the week, being 27 pounds and change.
I know what that one is. We'll be able to make a long cast and hopefully get her.
And it was amazing. After the day 1 weigh-in, Corey made the comment, I think we burned it down, burned this exact area down. I'm not sure I'm going to go back tomorrow. And he started here on day 2 and actually caught his biggest stringer. You see all those bright spots, either tilapia beds or largemouth. A lot of times the tilapia will get done spawning, the largemouth will be lazy and just use that exact bed. I had some unreal drone footage yesterday showing this stretch from above, how clear it is, how shallow.
You get around those cypress trees like we see Jason Christie down there in the water, different color, tannic, very, very tannic. Those oak trees and so forth around the springs there make it a different landscape.
We talked about how that area in Salt Springs has reloaded every day. We're coming up on a full moon, which generally activates bluegill spawning, shad spawning, and the last few largemouth. Jason Christie hooked up. Oh.
he 2.5?
Really surprising watching Jacob Fouts using his forward-facing sonar in Rodman. He has been around the most bass of anybody in the top 10. Maybe not the most 5-pounders, but 3 to 4-pounders pretty much at will the last 3 days.
And he said even still, it was like a morning bite like we're seeing for a lot of our shallow anglers, and then at like 1 p.m.
Starts up.
But he's got to come back. Like he's got to lock back through, so he has to leave that early and might not get that full afternoon bite.
His best bag is 18-12, so obviously he never really got the
Just
big 4
consistent,
plus
yeah.
close to 5-pound bite.
Got to talk about it yesterday. That's pretty much what you want to see on the screen, though. 4 anglers doing 4 totally different techniques. A lot of diversity, and what's been interesting in this tournament, a lot of this body of water has played, and it is the same old Florida, because a lot of these areas are exact areas we have covered in years past, tournaments over and over. These fish use the same exact stretches day in and day out.
And Ray Hanselman, you may be wondering, what is he fishing out in the abyss? He's been fishing some shell bars on the main river, but he said on the phone last night, I've been radio silent. I've turned off my graphs. The only graph I have on up there is my map to know what the cast I need to make. But keeping less pressure on some of these highly pressured areas has been key for him. No pinging of electronics or anything like that. And
Boy, Christie is catching the fire out of Gar.
Somebody landed a tarpon this week. One of our
Yes.
anglers. That was odd species.
Micah Frazier said the other day when he was talking about Salt Springs, he caught a tarpon on a jerkbait a few years ago.
That is what's bizarre here, fishing brackish water, is everything kind of lives together, and it's eat or be eaten.
Yeah, I imagine they've seen a few sharks here on
Yeah,
the river
absolutely.
before, no doubt about that.
We were talking about Hackney's track record the other day. He's gotten off to a good start every morning with the shad spawn. He's got 2 second-place finishes, an 8th, a 13th, a 16th, and he's only got 1 finish in the 50s, which is his outlier for his tournament record here. If he was to get second here, 3 second-place finishes at the same body of water.
Wow.
Just about every year you see him working over these cypress trees. Spent a lot of time in canals, too.
Yes.
With success here on the St. Johns River yesterday. Palatka. Our host city was a big workshop that went on there. It's part of an initiative called the Bassmaster. Bassmaster, the women's initiative, not just to raise awareness among women of bass fishing, but to really get them involved, dig a little deeper.
Workshops.
Yeah, workshops, hands-on stuff, fundamentals, lure essentials, knots, seasonal patterns, all the tackle, rods and reels, how to cast, spin, tackle, bait casting, and also opportunities within the industry explored for women here. There's a couple more of those seminars coming up in the course of the year. Next one's going to be in the Alabama swing at Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama. That's taking place on June 15th. And at our big finale from the St. Lawrence River, another Bassmaster workshop in Waddington, New York. That's going to happen on August 17th. Visit bassmaster.com to find out more. Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River, 4th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. This is Championship Sunday. The man in charge in a big way, Canadian Corey Johnston, up on top with the big lead over Brad Watley of Texas, Greg Hackney, former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year and 6-time winner out here. Chris Johnston, Corey Johnston's brother, hanging in there in 4th place. Could they finish 1 and 2? That's a possibility. Certainly is. Jason Christie, Fouts, Hanselman, Drew Benton, Logan Tuso, and Matt Airy. Great tournament we have had so far. We came here not knowing what to expect. It's later than we've ever been here, Mark Zona.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. Day number 1, your leader, New Iberia, Louisiana. Huge weight, 28 pounds and 8 ounces, fishing next to this man right here, Corey Johnston. Well, on day number 2, Caleb Summerall not getting it done and watching the Corey Johnston show from just yards away. Day 2 weight, over 27 pounds, a few big ones early in the morning and slowly upgrading throughout the entire day. Really, it's been a mix of power, finesse, and technology. In low light conditions, Corey Johnston would use his perspective view to see bass just like that, and pretty much outfished every other angler around him this entire tournament.
Saw enough fish around there and caught enough of it to be able to wait it out, to be able to stick in this place and get it done.
And the other thing that's really happened in that Salt Springs with Corey Johnston is it seems like every single night talking to his brother Chris Johnston with the full moon that's coming, every night big ones would lock on. And I'm not talking big waves like you see earlier in the season. You might get a half dozen to a dozen big ones, but this time of day, you would start to see big females cruising around, locking on. So it was really a low light condition and then later in the day. And here's the one thing that's amazing, Tommy. A lot of our sight fishing tournaments, that is his day 2 weight right there, over 27 pounds, is a lot of times you see your weights really tail off in a spawning event. That has not been the case for Corey Johnston when so many anglers tried to make this happen around other areas of the St. Johns River, yet Salt Springs again producing big bags. And yesterday was really the most trying day for Corey Johnston. For the most part, there were a lot of bass that size and smaller in his live well, but as the day went on, bigger ones started to show up in Salt Springs.
You knew he arrived there yesterday thinking, well, this is not going to last long.
Absolutely.
We'll be wiped
thought
out.
that.
Yeah, we thought, well, our average, we talked about this, our average for a sight fishing tournament usually lasts through halfway through day 2.
Absolutely. And the other thing, the presence of wind yesterday, and the other thing that went on, there was hundreds of recreational boats in the back of Salt Springs. Really the last thing you need is that area getting churned up. But amazing performance sight fishing this week for the Canadian angler Corey Johnston.
Corey Johnston, what a great record. One of the top performers in the Bassmaster Elite Series year after year. 6 years he's been out here, but still not locking down his first Bassmaster Elite Series win. And with every hour that passes, he gets closer and closer to achieving that. And yesterday, today, the day before, Z, usually when we have one of these sight fishing, it's you see an angler up on the bank, we look at him from the back, we don't see a lot, but this has been such a fabulous education because this place is so different.
Absolutely, and really hope that we get to see some of those aerials that we got to see here on FS1 yesterday, because it really paints the story of the depressions, the spawning beds that are in that area that has dominated all week long. And really the other great thing about the St. Johns River, like you said, it's old Florida, and we've got to see old school fishing techniques, which have been sorely missed, the last couple tournaments.
Great to have you all here with us today live for all of this coverage of Championship Sunday here in the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. We have at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, of course, Ronnie Moore.
And we were talking about Corey Johnston, obviously, in that tournament recap, the leader after day 2 and the leader after day 3. But his nearest pursuer coming into the day is 14 pounds back, but made a huge charge this tournament. When we're at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, looking at Brad Watley's overall record in the state of Florida. He may be from Texas, but Florida fits his style very well, whether it's at Lake Okeechobee, the Harris Chain of Lakes, or the St. Johns River. In the Elite Series events he's fished, 8 of them, he's only missed one top 50 cut in those 8 events. His average finish is 32nd, and that is because the one cut he had that missed was in the 90s. He has been in the top 30 most of his finishes, including this week, because in part, after having 2 fish on day 1, he caught 20 pounds on day 2 to move into the cut, and 31.4 yesterday, which is the 7th biggest bag in St. Johns River Elite Series history. This is our 9th visit here, so 4 of them were in the month of March, 4 in the month of February. This is our first time in April, and this was our first 30-pound bag of the week. 31.4 has him 7th out of the St. John's biggest bags. 10 of those bags have happened on the weekend. So to put in perspective, you have a 4-day tournament, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 10 of the top 15 biggest bags ever at this body of water have happened on day 3 or day 4, a Saturday or Sunday at the St. Johns River, and 9 of the top 10 have happened on the weekend as well. And then that just adds to the spectacular season we've had. We are finishing up our 4th Elite Series event of the season. We have 5 more to go after this event, and we've already had 47 bags that are 30 pounds or more weighed in this season through 4 events. 47 bags over 30 pounds, and Brad Watley puts one on the board for the St. Johns River. So he is in second place. He started off the day with a great one, and like you said, Z and Tommy, old school fishing. He had the old school rattle trap bite this morning, and we know we'll see him flipping the rest of the day.
47 bags over 30 pounds
this year
is sort of hard to comprehend.
Yeah, 3 of our 4 events have had a 30-pound bag.
Wow.
Great to see Brad Watley doing well here. Again, he started the same class as the Johnstons 6 years ago. Started out well here, but it hasn't been a walk in the park through those 6 years for him. And here in Florida, he is really, truly living the dream.
Hey guys, Brad Watley. We're at the St. Johns River. We just wrapped up day 3, and I dropped 31.4 on the scales and did most of my work this week with an Epix Baits swim jig. It's black and blue with a Bass Assassin whoop-out crawl on the back. And guys, I'm just chunking and winding, you know, and I mean, it's a ferocious bite. I mean, my marshal, I think he almost had a heart attack today when the 8+ come out of the water to get the bait. So, of course, I was right behind him with heart attack number 2, but it's just a draw and power bait. I mean, they're either going to eat it or they're going to get out of the way. So, I mean, that's your 2 options.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a good story. That is a great story. He continues today.
Absolutely. And if you just look at day 1, virtually the dude was out of the tournament catching only 2 bass and still fighting on Championship Sunday. Is pretty staggering.
And he had a clue. He had 2 fish for 8 pounds, and one of those was a 6.5 pounder. So he had one of the right bites, but like you said, either got behind the wrong people in Crescent trying to do the shad spawn deal, or second guessed the timing of his Dexter area where he caught him yesterday.
Male. Just heard Corey Johnston say that was the male sitting on the bed.
I'm keeping him today. I think she's gone. Number 4. Number 2. Look at that little guy.
Call half a pound or.
That's live. We got our drone headed to spend some more time. Been spending a lot of time in Salt Springs this week. We mentioned what we've seen is incredible.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable aerials. Lawrence, bird's eye view. When you get to the back of that spring, how clear that water that pumps out of the spring, it absolutely paints an unbelievable story from above of exactly what your leader has been fishing this week. So looking forward to that. Again, lower light conditions, using his perspective view, and as it sun gets up, either his eyes on bedding bass, but again, a few cruising fish accumulated to his total this week. And Corey Johnston was stunned on day one when he came in here and said there was only 2 other boats. In years past, kind of before the technology we have now, there would have been 30 to 50 boats probably in this area. And we said this yesterday on FS1 that with a limited practice, and Davey Height said it too, with a limited practice and some of our anglers that rely on that technology, you don't see them up shallow anymore. They just hunt that offshore abyss, for lack of a better word. And they don't get up and they don't look around. And we made the comment that eventually there was going to be a tournament where an angler, for the most part, is left alone because a lot of our field do not fish like this anymore.
That's right. It's a new deal nowadays.
Yes. And you're going to see it again, no doubt about it.
Johnston, not a streaky guy. I mean, this guy is consistent. He has made the Classic each and every one of the years he has been out here. That is a mark of consistency. It's just still at one part missing is the win on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and we're following him on that as he gets closer and closer to that reality. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Talk to our friend Davey Height and more when we return to the St. Johns. Bassmaster Elite Series, Maxam Elite. Maxam Tire Elite on the St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida.
He's creeping.
Oh, yeah. We looking to pounce on something. They've been pouncing on them this week here on the St. Johns River. It's always great fishing. Land of the Giants, and one more giant added to the pile for Corey Johnston first thing this morning.
You freaking kidding me? Freaking 7-pounder.
Absolute bonus fish.
Unbelievable.
Early this morning for your leader, Corey Johnston, who was already well ahead of our other 10 anglers.
Yes, and increased that lead, as a matter of fact. May have the biggest lead right now that he's had through the course of the tournament, 17 pounds, 4 ounces. That gives you a lot of freedom. You can do whatever you want, whatever tickles your fancy, as the old saying goes. Let's head back up to our fantastic host city, Palatka, Florida. One of the reasons we come back here almost each and every year is this terrific community right here. It does so much to make this event a success. And let's catch up with our colleague, the great Davey Height there. And Davey, I wanted to ask you first off, what did you think 6 years ago when these 2 Canadians, the Johnston brothers, came down from smallmouth country up there in Ontario, Canada, and started picking this place apart in such an expert way?
That's an excellent question, Tommy. This is the first place I actually saw the Johnston brothers fish. I met them here, had heard a lot about them. They're 2 of the best smallmouth fishermen on the planet. So the first event of their Elite Series career was right here on the St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida. I was on the water with Ashley, and here come this guy just barreling into one of the best set of reeds right at the mouth of Lake George that I'd ever known to fish, and it was Corey Johnston flipping. He looked like a local. I was like, holy cow, these guys can do a lot more than just smallmouth fishing. He's certainly proven that to everyone. The big surprise to me, though, honestly, it's not over until the fish hit the scales on Championship Sunday, but Corey Johnston having a good lead, it really surprises me that it's taking him this long to get a blue trophy.
Davey, one of the things, if we have 110 miles of playing field, and I tipped on it right before the commercial break, he is fishing in the most popular, not area, he's fishing in the most popular 100-yard stretch of 110 miles of the St. Johns River. We talked about it yesterday. Why do you think, we bounce back and forth, why do you think only 3 other anglers have been in there this week?
Z, that's a great question, and I've thought about it quite a bit. There's a couple factors I think that really play into Corey Johnston, and only like 3 other anglers being in there the first day of the event. Obviously, Caleb Summerall, day 1 leader, was in there. Matt Area has been in there. His brother Chris has been in there some. But it's amazing, we watch these events through the year. Typically in our elite tournaments here, there'd be 20, 30, maybe 30-plus boats in that one area on day 1. But only about 3 or 4 have fished in there this week. The main thing is only 2 days of practice. The attention of all these anglers, not all of them obviously, but the majority of them has really gone to offshore, forward-facing sonar, and not just offshore, the shell bars and the obvious structure, but some of these anglers are going out and just looking in the abyss, just like nowhere, just out over 50, 60 feet of water, looking for those big fish roaming this time of year. And with only 2 days of practice, I think a lot of them just dedicated their practice to looking for those fish. And very few people actually went, hey, it's 4 feet deep, there's a big crater, and there's a 7-pounder sitting in it. I don't think many people even went in there to look.
Davey, do you think we're also starting to, there were some hammer shallow water fishermen that we have seen in years past on this exact body of water that used to go up shallow, but because of the technology, you don't even see them go shallow anymore. I'm not saying throughout a tournament, throughout a season at this rate.
It's unreal.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Angler of the Year leader, Trey McKinney, I talked to him while he was headed here to St. John's after the Harris Chain of Lakes tournament. He's only got 2 days, 110 miles. There's no way you can cover it all. So you really have to just kind of say, where am I going to spend my 2 days of official practice? What am I going to do? When I say where, which stretch of the 110 miles? And then also, are you going to do it in 5 feet of water and less? Or are you going to fish offshore? Trey McKinney had the plan, and I'm sure that's probably what he spent most of his time doing. I'm just going to go graph for those 2 days on shell bars, main river stuff, and I think a lot of guys did that. It's just a change in the way anglers are fishing now. We'll have this again, but, you know, we might have the next 5 tournaments are caught offshore, these guys that spend their practice looking for those fish with their electronics that they have. So it's just really a big changing period in our sport.
Great point. Thanks so much, Davey Hyde. We look forward to you and Dave Mercer bringing us on-location coverage a little bit later in our broadcast here. Sunday morning on FS1, live from the state of Florida and the St. Johns River.
There we go.
Let's get down. We see Logan Latuso, second year out here from Gonzales, Louisiana.
Logan Latuso actually hooked up live.
Got one.
Fishing the bottom end of Lake
Gotta start
George.
somewhere. Number one.
Did a Bob Seger concert just snap off in the background?
Who brought the saxophone to the
right?
The guy just
to the pads here.
Kayak playing a saxophone.
Logan Latuso.
Latuso needed this. He had 25th last week at Harris, but his first 2 events this year, deep past 70s. He's climbing from the 70s in AOY points into the 40s, giving him a shot at the Classic.
Which I'm telling you, those are right in his neck of the woods, Louisiana, Texas, but not his style of fishing.
Hanselman's got a good one in the boat already.
Boy, he is not catching many, but
he was in that crab pot. I was hung on that crab pot.
almost a spitting image of the one that we saw.
Didn't gouge the line.
Yesterday.
Come here. Yeah. The old deadliest catch right there. How about that? 4-pounder. Try that again. Small victories.
Hanselman spends a lot of time down there in the border lake, Amistad, western Texas.
Not a big female, that's for sure.
Big bass place.
Him and his brother have proven whether they are spawning or cruising bass,
He's mad now.
Very, very powerful.
Oh, it was way smaller than I thought. It's all right. Easy, big guy.
Most of these beds
Oh,
throughout
Bigger
this
ones,
event,
I think so.
about 3.5 to 4 feet of water. There are 2 key depressions in the back of that spring that when Wes Miller gets in there, we'll show those depressions from above.
Sun trying to come out here. That'll help us see a lot of things as well.
Absolutely.
Look forward to that. Fun Sunday and a fun tournament. Latest we've ever been to the St. Johns River. Have a Florida swing here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and this one's going to wrap it up as we head to South Carolina after we're here. But we got a lot of action yet to go today. It has been great fun to follow Corey Johnston through this journey, trying to get his first win with Bassmaster Elite Series and all our other 9. Today, week 4 of the United Football League continues on FS1 as the Arlington Renegades square off against the Houston Roughnecks in a Texas battle. All begins today at 2 Eastern on FS1.
And Tommy, not to look ahead, Thursday night, NFL Draft.
Oh boy.
As Kevin Costner said, Caleb Williams, no matter what. Let's go
Costner
Bears!
said that?
Sorry, I'm fired up.
Well, how
Sorry,
about
I'm fired
that?
up.
That's a little bit of
If you
new
give
info.
me some Caleb Williams and some Roma Dunze, downtown Chicago, it's all finally coming together, but somehow it's going to get messed up. We're going to take a look at
You
that
bet.
Salt Springs area with your leader right here, Corey Johnston. You see those dark areas, those little depressions, a lot of those fish would poo-hoo, peekaboo, pop out of there, set up, and that gives you a actual live shot of Salt Springs. Now you see up in that right-hand corner, that real bright area where boats are starting to congregate. That's the sandbar. Look for that to be a big player here by about noon. Yesterday there was probably 150 boats.
And that whole area is 3 to 4 or 5 feet tops. But then over to the right where it's darkest water, that is where it drops off 15, 20, 30, which is the spring part of Salt Springs.
Exactly. Beautiful area, and like we said earlier today, the biggest key, very consistent temperatures in here, water temp wise, 70 to 72 degrees. Very hard bottom. These fish like to spawn. All those bright spots that you're looking at are actual largemouth beds, tilapia beds.
2 of them in there for a second.
And it has been surprising throughout this tournament. A lot of those beds, looking off the bow of Corey Johnston's boat, we've been able to actually see a lot of the fish that he's caught from above.
Partially because so many of them have been so gigantic you couldn't
That
miss
is
them.
right. It almost looks like an alligator sitting in the middle of those bright spots. You'll notice his bait always hitting the far side of the bed to bring that bait into it, never pitching on top of it. The other thing that has made this very easy, looking at his power poles off of, well, you see it written right on his shirt right there, but those poles off the back of his boat have made this. They, really came from the Redfish Cup world that we used to cover 37 years ago together.
Quite the carrying it off.
Back in the day, basically, you'd set up on these beds and just anchor or use a push pole to hold yourself. So, big key to boat positioning are those power poles.
I think it's a little one.
Corey likely to spend some time on that fish right there. We'll keep an eye on that for you for sure. Let's get back up to the man who occupied that area with him for most of the first 3 days, Matt Airy.
Yep, you're seeing Matt Airy kind of get out of that Salt Springs area. He started on pads pretty much every morning, then would make big upgrades next to Corey Johnston. So look for Matt Airy probably to creep back in there later today.
Big one. Get in here. Thank you, Remy.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Look at that. Come on.
Come on with it. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, baby. My cameraman's name's Brandon.
Cameraman got fired up on that bite right there, it sounded like.
Let's go, let's go.
Right. Ready? Good one right there for Matt Airy. He has had some big ones later in the day, sight fishing with Corey Johnston.
That's his biggest by far today. Got a couple small ones.
Feel like he's going to be a handful at Lake Murray here in a few weeks.
I think his best was a 6-pounder on day one when he had 21 even.
Pulled out here on the shell bed. And actually one of my roommates was fishing this week. And I've had 3 bites and 3 casts, lost one, missed one, and caught one. And I can see them down there, and I've thrown a rotation of baits through there and hadn't got them to bite hardly anything, got them to chase a jerk bait. And now I'm just dragging a little worm through there, and that's what seems like they want to bite. At least the last couple bites that I've had, that's what it was on. So we're gonna keep throwing the worm. Always let the fish dictate. Always let those fish dictate what you throw. You don't decide, the fish decide. I'd rather crank through there or something quick and catch them every cast, but sometimes that's not the way it works.
Let's move now from Matt Airy down a little bit to Jacob Fouts and Rodman Reservoir. It's got one good one in the boat, but that's so far all he's got in the boat.
Yeah. He has been around the most numbers of 3 to 4 pounders, and really it's hard to see. But when you get into Rodman underneath the water, it is a complete forest of flooded timber. But there's a key intersection of a channel here, 10 to 15 feet of water. And basically the threadfin shad, the forage these bass eat, kind of just basically set up near that depression. Jacob Fouts hooked up. You see the stump off the bow of Jacob Fouts' boat. It is a landmine of those in this area. A lot of these fish been suspended only about 5 feet under the surface. At one time, Jacob Fouts saying that there was literally, that's the first fish I believe we've seen him with a drop shot. With a drop shot near the bottom. Is some of these schools were 20 to 50 fish in size.
Weird, man. I haven't had much of my
Far enough along, that's going to be their summertime setup. What's going on with Jacob out there?
Hard to say, because what's funny is he is the only one that definitely made this happen.
Yeah.
So many anglers tried to make that go this week to no avail.
All right, let the dancing begin. Well, not yet. We've still got a lot more to go.
There he is.
Oh, hey. Nature abounds here in Florida. From the urban kind to the winged kind to the lizardy kind as well. We've got them all here. Beautiful place.
There he is.
That's our buddy so
Look
far
at
today.
that. That is cool.
Always a treat for the eyes whenever we come to Florida, especially here.
Everybody likes Matt Airy.
Everybody likes
Matt Airy.
Yeah. Manatees, crazy about it. This guy's going to investigate a little bit more. And look at that view right there. You got to go to Florida to get a shot like that. At a place that's got that plus great fishing. That's one of a kind right there. Plenty more on the way. We got the full rest of the day. Championship Sunday coming up. Today on Fox, the stars of NASCAR head to Talladega for the biggest thrill ride of the year. Pre-show kicks things off at 2 Eastern, then the green flag flies at 3 Eastern today on Fox.
Tommy, we'll be keeping our eyes on Talladega, one of the best motorsports places, coliseums that we could possibly have. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and the correlation between the Bassmaster Tournament Trail and the Cup race today is one Ross Chastain and Justin Hamner. Ross Chastain is running the Jockey Outdoors Bassmaster Classic wrap today that you'll see on Fox in the race at Talladega, the #1 car. And on the back of that car, it's an ode. It's an honor for Justin Hamner, 2024 Bassmaster Classic champion. He is an Alabama angler. This is an Alabama race. So he will actually be behind the scenes in the pits, hanging with Ross Chastain, checking out his name on a NASCAR vessel that will be able to take it off. They'll be able to watch them go all day long at Talladega. So excited to see that race, and we're leading into that. It'll be a great showcase of that. So at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, there it is, the Bassmaster Classic and Talladega.
There you go. And Justin Hamner, the representative of our sport.
Could not
for the oncoming year. Good guy to have in that slot.
Could not have a better idea than to show this young man right here, Justin Hamner. Tommy Sanders absolutely knocking their lights out. Grand Lake of the Cherokees. Feels like about 7 years ago, but it was only, I think, a month ago. Justin Hamner actually used to mow the lawns of
Roll Tide, Alabama.
University of Alabama. Big victory. First victory for this young man on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he made it a Bassmaster Classic.
Well, we got another classic in the queue, as they say. We're going out to Texas. We're going to return to Fort Worth. Fantastic Fort Worth, great sports town. And Lake Ray Roberts. Lake Ray Roberts, the last time we were there in June, we have a little bit of different feel to it in March when we traditionally have the classic. That should be a lot of fun there. Of course, good crowds, great action. Who's going to make it to the Classic? That's the job we're working on right now. That's a very important thing, to perform well throughout the season. And we, midway through our next event, we will be halfway through the season. It goes by very, very quickly. Let's get back out to Championship Sunday, which is going by quickly as well, and Matt Airy.
There's one right there. Let him swim with it for 10 days. Feels pretty good. Yeah, he's pretty good. I ain't seen him yet, but he's a good one. He's got to be a good one. Yeah. solid, not a big one, but this fish has seen better days. Good Lord, what a poor looking bass. But that's a lot more than we had earlier. This side, he's pretty on that side, not so much on that side. Cool. That's 5, right?
2. Let's get back out to Brad Watley.
Okay.
Big day yesterday, only bag over 30 pounds. Huge move up the leaderboard through the course of this tournament.
A lot of his damage yesterday in this lily pad field that we've actually covered him in years past. I was just getting ready to make the comment, Tommy, that everything he's pulled the trigger on has been about 5 pounds or bigger. Not the case on that one for Brad Watley. Swimming a 1/2 ounce jig through this pad field. Said there's a lot of bluegill beds in here that these bass are feeding on.
I don't think he's gonna pull. We'll see.
He's funny. He said he never visited this area on day 1 of the tournament. Chased that shad spawn bite and really ended up costing him only catching those 2 bass first day of competition.
Here's Drew Benton, currently in 8th.
It's not a great big one, I don't think. I can't tell. I didn't get a good look at it when I first saw it, but
oh my God.
yes. Had her hook funny is the reason why I couldn't grab her. It's a freaking... I'll tell you what this one weighs. I'm just curious. I think it's a 6.5.
Well, you see all those docks. He is not fishing boat docks, even though a lot of people would like to see him do it. That fish was on a bed, and that is a bonus one because he said he has run out of a lot of spawners. Good one for Drew Benton.
Yes, 6.5.
Wow. We've had a lot of different water fluctuations with the tide. There was a huge south wind that pushed a lot of water out of this system about a week ago. Drew Benton said he had about 25 to 30 pounds locked on bed for day 1 of this tournament. Showed up on early of our competition on Thursday and said they were all gone. Talked about Corey Johnston being one of the best sight fishermen on the Elite Series. Drew Benton was right at the top of that list. Big one right there needed for Drew Benton.
Made his debut here in his Dakota Lithium rookie season.
I'm swim jigging in these canals and I'm fishing for fish that are done spawning. Some are still spawning in these pads and whatnot, but the tide's getting low. And I actually saw one up there on the seawall up shallow and spun around and caught it. And when I'm sight fishing, I'm throwing this Nori's front flapper. It's a great imitator for bluegill. It could be a crawfish. It's one of those creature baits that swims really well. You can shake it around. It's real intrusive to a spawning fish and holds a big Gamakatsu flipping hook like I like to fish with. and just the perfect recipe for whenever I find one on the bed. We actually got in this canal. I hadn't fished this particular one this week, and we've got some bass in here. I lost one, had one good blow up, and we're halfway back, and I just caught a 6 3/4 and caught the male. So we're around them. We're working on a decent little limit right now. Just got to stay within ourselves and keep inching our way up.
Best limit of the day so far at 18.5 pounds.
Well,
third place.
It is a good one right there for Drew Benton. Interesting hearing him talk about that swim jig deal when we've been on a higher tide and the water's been high. A lot of those fish on a swim jig, not this one right here. He said he is caught on the inside of the pads near the seawall, and when that water drops out, on the outside of the pad. So it's been all about reading the water level for Drew Benton this week.
Get rid of that 2 or 1 pounder. Sir.
Tommy, you do not want to be a bass on a spawning bed with this dude around.
No, that guy's...
He will make quick work of you.
Yeah.
I was about to say, took his Rookie of the Year season start right here, back about 8 years ago with the reputation. He came in here with that reputation of being one of the best regional sight fishermen. He's one of the best worldwide.
Well, our next stop, Murray. Last time there, he was 10th place on the final day. Came back with a big bag to win.
Big comeback. Played it just right.
You take a look at Chris Johnston and Matt Airy right here, not going into Salt Springs where they have been at this time of day the last 3 days. Kind of feel like they're giving Corey Johnston the run of the mill to put this tournament away. Matt Airy.
There's a bite.
With a bite.
Good one. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Woohoo! Oh, yeah, bud. Skinny old post-spawn rascals, but we will take them.
Well, that was about a 4-pound call, 3.5-pound call right there for Matt Airy. Getting it done on the main river.
Slow start, man, picking up pace for Matt Airy. He was in 10th place and made a move right there. Hanselman in 8th, Christie, Fouts in the top 5, composed of Chris Johnston, his brother Corey Johnston on top. Brad Watley, what a great comeback through the course of the first 3 days of this tournament. Drew Benton, we just saw him catching fire for a little bit right there. Greg Hackney and all the rest coming right back to the St. John. Big fish action all day today. That's been the story for every day. This place, you announced at the top of the start of the tournament, this is the land of the Giants.
It absolutely is, Tommy Sanders. Land of the Giants, St. John's River. And really, if you look at Bassmaster Elite Series in years past, every time we come here, I hate to say it, a lot of our anglers, man, it is tough. But by the end of every event we've covered here, so many big ones always being caught. And the great thing about this time around, We didn't have to deal with cold fronts. It's basically been 85 to 90 degrees every day, and bass that size. You know you're on a good body of water. Taking a look at this Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert map. Check this out, Tommy Sanders. All the way down the right-hand side of your screen from DeLeon Springs all the way up through Astor, Lake George, into Rodman Reservoir, up towards Palatka, and just south of there, Crescent Lake. This is 5+ pounders throughout our. Tommy, is this throughout our week?
Yeah,
Or
our
week?
tournament.
Throughout our
Tournament. 5+. It's the Big Fish map. Skeeter Boats Big Fish
So pretty
map.
much, here's the best way you can put it. Number one, they were throttled in the back of Salt Springs. See your leader, Corey Johnston, in there.
That's the top throttler right there.
Yes, it is the top throttler, the grinder. You know you're on a good body of water when pretty much 5+ pounders are all over the map. Corey Johnston live.
We didn't hit the top end like in years past. Last year we had a 9-13 lead. This year Brad Watley's 8-7 is leading. We had Summerall had a 9-7 last year as well. And John Cox has an 8-0 this week.
You'll notice up to the right-hand side of your screen the tilapia beds where they're really clustered together.
We gotta catch this thing. You only see it like every once in a while on the perspective. I don't know if it's so tight to bottom I can't see it and it's not moving, or if it's swimming around. Oh, no, it's in there.
Get from Corey Johnston to his brother Chris.
Kind of feel like Chris has definitely given that area up to him today.
You know, we've seen that play out.
They have
certain
a
fisheries before. And
master
that's the dynamic
plan
they have, yeah.
when they get to Championship Sunday.
Find 2 or 3 big ones now. Jeez, the tree. Oh, now let's get it in the boat. What are the odds of that?
Well, we need to replay that.
Come here. Just choked it. Look at that. I threw up in that tree. I thought I saw a fish. And there was a stick and I was reeling it out. That thing chased it out.
Wow.
All right, now we got something going. And to start, we're only 6 pounds behind Corey if he hasn't caught any bass now. That thing choked it.
Watch the cast, and he's bringing his bait out, and that fish actually charges out from that bush. Not even looking.
Whoa.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Good one right there for Chris Johnston.
He had 5 little guys for 6 pounds.
Good quality today.
He does have something going now, I would say. That's a good way to put it. Back to Drew Benton. He's got something going as well.
Well, he has caught some big ones swim jigging in these canals this week.
It's so awesome when they buy that swim jig. That does not suck. Let's see what we got here.
He actually sent us a picture of that swim jig I sent to Ron Moore, and that thing has been crushed this week. The entire head has teeth marks shredded down the side of it. Oh, yeah.
It's always been there.
Big bass, big stage, Tommy, and big dreams.
Absolutely. All three of the above right there. What we're seeing today, Corey Johnston, though, still working on maybe getting it up to the highest finishing weight for a leader ever. Elite Series history here on the St. Johns River. Brad Watley came in there. Drew Benton now moving up the leaderboard in a big way on this day, and Chris Johnston holding ground. Just caught a good one as well. Greg Hackney, great start to his day, just like he has been each and every day of this tournament. Jacob Fouts trying to find a few more bigger ones. Sweeten the pot there. Christie, Hanselman, Matt Airy, Logan Latuso. They're not even to the halfway point yet on Championship Sunday on the St. Johns River. The Maxam Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River. This is Championship Sunday on this day, and Corey Johnston of Canada looking for his first Bassmaster Elite Series win. Blue trophy, showing us how to dominate at a tournament. Check it out, day number 1, yes. 23, 27 plus on day 2, and 23 pounds yesterday.
Hey, and if you kind of went off of a lot of local anglers that fish here every day, they told you if you snuck around that 18-pound average mark, you might hold the trophy. That was way, way off, looking back on it now. But your Mercury move of the day, we're going to talk about the angler that was sitting down in 9th place, Drew Benton. You could say he's sort of a local. A lot of history here on the St. Johns River, especially fishing this style. Mercury move of the day is going to be from 9th place all the way up to 3rd place with a lot of room to move. A lot of Drew Benton's big bites have come late in the day, so looking at 2 2.5 pounders. Your Mercury move of the day, Drew Benton. Starting off on the east side of Crescent Lake with a spinnerbait, big one earlier today. Said he was going to roll the dice on that bite. Spinnerbait just like Jason Christie and Greg Hackney. Fished there for about, call it an hour and a half. Making his way into his canals where he's done a lot of damage sight fishing. Also throwing a swim jig. This one about 30 minutes ago, locked on a bed. Backed it up, catching the male off that exact same nest. Mercury move of the day, Drew Benton, with a lot of time to build that stringer.
These canals have traditionally been a place where you can find a little more stability, less changes day to day.
We're just gonna keep on grinding away at them. I'm still in the same canal. Ended up catching one more on swim jig. I'm working my way up to one where one blew up all over it and didn't get it. And we're gonna keep our eyes peeled and keep this frog or swim jig in our hand and just fish for big bites the rest of the day. We obviously had a giant mountain to climb to start the day, but we're not gonna give it to them. If we get 3 more of the right bites, we're gonna scare somebody. I don't know. A lot of stuff can happen. I have all the confidence in the world I'm going to get those bites if I can just get them in the boat. And right about there is where he blew up last when on the way in here. It's almost a reaction bite. You got to hit them as soon as they blow up on it because they turn it loose. And he just didn't have it. I don't know if it was coming up over one of them pads and he blew up or what. It was definitely one of those 4-pound plus bites. On low tide, they seem to be getting on the outside of these pads. And we're getting close to low right now. It's still moving out just a little bit. Make sure that sucker wasn't on bed.
Drew Benton, like Brad Watley, haven't survived one off day, 11 pounds or so. Now he's right in behind Brad. Still got a little bit of a deficit to him.
And that's really, that was the theme. We talked about that on day one, every tournament that we've had here. Very, very complicated body of water to stay consistent all week long for 4 days in a row. From there, going to get back into Rodman Reservoir. A little bit slower today for Jacob Fouts. Been a Yozuri topwater bait when it's been slick and they've come up schooling, and a Strike King Baby Z2 on a jig head for Jacob Fouts.
They're just rats. The smallest ones I've caught the whole week. That's okay.
In his third year with the Elites, his former college national champion, Jacob Fouts, coming into his own certainly this week and loving what he's doing here.
Let's go. This is all I've ever wanted to do, man. It's a dream come true. There's no other way to put it, man. This is the best job in the world. You know, I've dreamed of competing against these guys since I was, 3-4 years old. This is all I've ever wanted to do, and when you're catching them, it's great, and when you're struggling, man, it can be hard at times. But like I said, you just try to ride the waves and don't get too high, don't get too low. Just try to stay even keeled, and that's kind of the recipe for success for me.
Very skilled angler, really good kid as well. Yep. When he won the College Classic bracket, he did so on all smallmouth, and the few days prior, him and his teammate Jake Lee won the national championship on all largemouth, so it showed right then, has ability to do both, especially in the state of Minnesota, a place he hadn't been before, and went and qualified for the Elite Series through the Opens a few years later. Financially, this isn't an easy sport. And so mentally, it can put you in a bad spot. But catching them, like you said earlier in the tournament, Z,
it fixes
always
everything.
Solves those things. Yeah.
You could see when he was struggling to requalify for the Bassmaster Elite Series, kind of down near the bottom of the standings. We got to talk together, and he said, "What's the fix?" And I said, "Bassing your live well. If you don't put the hole in the cup or the ball in the end zone, you don't win." And looks like he has definitely turned the corner. Good for Jacob Fouts.
Came out of Bryant College, great program, great bass fishing program.
Right there on the banks of Lake Chickamauga.
Yeah.
Can you see them all on the screen?
One thing that we have learned, certain times a year, certain bodies of water lend themselves to forward-facing sonar, and then there are other bodies of water that don't. This is one of those weeks a lot of the best with their electronics were at the absolute bottom of the standings, and they tried to make it work. I mean, I looked at a lot of their locations, and hats off to Jacob Fouts because he outfished a lot of other great electronics anglers around him.
Like you said, Mark Zona, Jacob Fouts found his comfort zone, the way he likes to fish, and that is what he has made work for the top 10 this week out of Rodman Reservoir. At the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, wanted to showcase two guys that we saw earlier go through a flurry, and it does fizzle off around this time of the day or a little bit sooner than where we are right now, and that is Greg Hackney and Jason Christie and their shad spawn techniques and bite, utilizing spinnerbaits in Crescent Lake. And one thing that's different about Crescent than other places, we talk about the lack of vegetation on the St. Johns River lately, but also the fact that most of the main river stuff that anglers have to fish is lily pad based. But the hard cover that is plentiful in Crescent Lake. Crescent Lake has been, as we take a look at our Lake Master mapping, Crescent Lake has been a place that has put out 1 or 2 anglers in the top 10 in our February events, but it hasn't necessarily shined to the capabilities that we saw in those mid-March events in the early 2000s. So Lake Master mapping showing you Crescent Lake, and here's 2 main stretches that Jason Christie and Greg Hackney have utilized, and you can see a little bit of the depth contour from 1 to 2 feet, and it goes out 2 to 5 feet. But what you don't see here that you could see maybe on a Google Earth visual or an overlay that we can see, or when you're in the boat with those guys, is how far some of these cypress trees stick off. There's clusters of 3 to 5 trees. Maybe they make a point, maybe they follow the contours, but where a couple key clusters of trees have been has been where some of these anglers have really found success, whether it's really far from deeper water or where the deeper water butts right up against it. It's really tree dependent and contour dependent at times on where those shad will gather up, and one big key in this map is that it is the east side of the lake. The side where the sun rises, it obviously is going to put sun on the west side of the bank sooner, which ends that shad spawn faster. Because they were on the east side of the Crescent Lake and they had that cover, they were able to utilize that well.
Well, you're looking at good stuff right there, Ronnie, and you nailed it. The east side of Crescent Lake stays darker longer, and that's been the biggest key for a lot of the successful anglers. You can look at Salt Springs and all the life in there. We got to see hybrids caught, catfish in there, tilapia all over.
Nice tilapia caught yesterday.
Absolutely.
By a lady. Kayak, I think it was.
Ooh.
It's the aquarium.
Exactly. I mean, an aquarium at Salt Springs. Bassmaster Live.
Only place you can get shots like that. Stay here in the state of Florida and on the St. Johns River. Approach the halfway point of our day of fishing. We'll be right back with more after this.
Rick Clunn is the man.
Clunn is the sport of bass fishing.
He's been the benchmark.
He won 4 classics. That in itself is like Babe Ruth.
This has got to be the most incredible classic we have ever had.
You can put him in the category of a Tom Brady, a Jack Nicklaus, a Michael Jordan, 1 in a million.
We live in a country where there are no limits.
He did it on his own. He did it his way. He still loves it as much as he did day one. He's been doing it longer than I've been alive.
He's been fishing at the tour level at Bassmaster since the year I was born.
Rick has had an amazing career, and he's had such an impact on people.
He started the dream for millions of people.
Day one for Rick Clunn with the Bassmasters was back in the year of 1974, and thus 50 years as a pro out there and just working hard, excelling, setting the pace, being the North Star for the sport of bass fishing. For all of those years, this week we celebrate his 500th Bassmaster event.
50 years of bass fishing on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. And we talk 4 classic wins, only shares that with one other angler, Kevin Van Dam. That will be hard to beat, a 1988 Angler of the Year, and really talking to Rick Clunn and all the trophies he's won throughout the years. Won 2 times here on the St. Johns River. Looking at earlier this week, still out there competing, is listening to that feature right there, doing it his way. I think one of the most amazing things about Rick Clunn is he did it his way. We live in a world of information, quick processing of information on where tournaments are won, spots, waypoints. That is not his game. It's never been his game. He never wanted help. He wanted to do it on his own ability. And I think that, combined with the physical and mental beating you take in professional bass fishing, the highs and the lows, that is what has separated that guy from the rest of the pack for all of these decades.
Never took part in the world of dock talk. None of that for Rick Clunn.
Still doesn't.
All his to discover. He wanted to discover the things that made him excel, and so he went about doing it. Never looked back, not one for nostalgia or the old days. He's always looking forward.
Absolutely, and it was really nice to talk to Rick. You know, I get to talk to him before a lot of our events, especially when we're going to have cameras on him. He said, you know, I don't care about beating somebody. I want to test myself as much as possible, mentally, physically, and bass fishing will do that. It'll beat you down 12 hours on the water for weeks on end. And the mental side of it, having a bad tournament, multiple bad tournaments, and then having a big one, it's a credit. That dude is a soldier.
You look at him and all these extraordinary individuals who pursue in their craft long past when most people have retired or been taken away from that focus. He just kept it through all those years, never always wanting to know, is his skill set still marketable in this? And it is.
I know you find this is going to sound crazy. There's a lot of drama in professional bass fishing.
What?
That's not that crazy.
No, you're right. He just does not get wrapped up in that. He moves on.
She wouldn't look this morning when I could see her. Just got a little too much cloud.
Rick would have been very pleased if he watched Bass live with the spinnerbait catches this morning. It is something that he has poured a lot of thought and understanding into.
Oh, and that bite has stalled for Brad Watley. He really needed that lily pad field to fire one more time today. And
Midday was huge for him yesterday. I think he caught a 5 and a 7, or a 5 and an 8, and then he added, so his big fish yesterday was an 8-7 and a 7-7, and he caught a 5 and a 7, and then later he caught
11:30 he started his run.
Well, you could tell Party Cove has started in the back of that. Salt Springs.
10:45.
Yes. Folks leaving church, getting ready to get after it. Big day on the water. Salt Springs. Lawrence Bird's Eye View. See those cluster of tilapia beds to the left. Big largemouth bed off the front of Corey Johnston's boat. You could feel it has been depleted. It has caught up in there. But with that being said, every day about this time when that sun gets high, they start to really reload, get tighter to the beds.
Got a 5-pounder, then a 7-pounder late yesterday.
Could well happen today. Going to be with him all day long. A great dominating performance so far.
And that's the other thing in there, what you just said, Such. There was a lot of fish not locked on that were just cruising yesterday, you know, and that gives you hope that possibly with the moon, more are coming. Jacob, it looks like he is on a totally different planet from where we were just at with Corey Johnston. Out to Jacob Fouts Live.
Weatherman was right. The winds are picking up. heavy storms tonight.
They're gonna start getting way bigger if we're gonna catch Corey. I know that much. Good Lord.
Check back in with Logan Latuso.
And it has been
I mean, I did go back and forth 1,000 times each day.
Florida 101, flipping and a swim jig.
Just when you say that, that thing barely hooked. Just when you say that. 2-pounder. Just when you feel like you're about to give up on it, get a bite.
Change the whole mindset.
I mean, it wasn't this tough last 2 days, but just when you feel like you better go run new water, you don't get a bite. Keep doing it, I guess.
Logan Latuso in his second year out here started his very first Elite Series event with a big finish in Florida at Lake Okeechobee, 5th place to start that career. And here he is having his best event of the year again in the state of Florida. One of the very few anglers to have 2 days over 20 pounds during the course. That's been very hard to duplicate. Of course, we had Brad Watley with a 31-pound day yesterday. Just phenomenal. Day number 3. We got more to come from the St. John's. Today, week 4 of the United Football League continues on FS1. The Arlington Renegades square off against the Houston Roughnecks in a Texas battle. It all begins today. 2 Eastern on FS1. Arlington become a big sports town.
Absolutely.
These past few years. No question about that. Just down the road from another big sports town, Fort Worth. We'll be there for the Classic.
Yes, we will.
Next year. We might fly in.
Is that Bowman?
It could be Steve Bowman right there.
Well, and this morning we said Corey Johnston was protecting a lead, maybe playing it safe, trying to catch a couple 1.5 to 2 pounders, and this was the start of his morning, Corey Johnston, earlier today.
Yeah! You freaking kidding me? Freaking 7-pounder.
We had
freaking threw it in there and the pads just go whoosh. I thought it was like a 2-pounder.
Opened up the show and said no lead is safe on the St. John's until that first hook set of the day with Corey Johnston and Drew Benton catching this big one here about an hour ago. A lot of quality throughout the week. Caught in so many ways in this tournament. It was amazing how many months they will, a lot of states, the state I live in the state of Michigan, largemouth will spawn maybe 2.5 to 4 weeks here. That happens for about 4 to 5 months.
6.5-pounder there for Drew. Backed it up with a 3-pounder right after that.
Awesome.
Just a great little run there. That little tight corner. You just never know where the next big one's coming from out here. Jacob Fouts been sort of fighting a ceiling of certain size of bass out here. Just can't quite get the big ones. with what he's doing.
The hardest size bass in this state to catch is a 3 to 4 pounder. They're usually either 12 inches or 7 or 8 pounds.
Same last week.
He has owned the 3 to 4 pound category throughout this tournament. Definitely the just solid quality has been there, but we haven't seen one of those giants, you know, the 7, 8 pounders that we've seen with a lot of your sight fishermen.
Gosh, this one's mean. I'm afraid he's gonna get me in a tree. Just tie her out, buddy. Got him. He's hooked like 3 times. That's a nice one. That's a thick one. He's heavy. Let's go. That's number 5, finally. Feels like it took forever.
Yeah, that's the ceiling right there.
That is
Jacob
it.
Fouts, that one right there. Good one for him right there, but just couldn't find. But the great thing I think we've seen all week long, Z, is the fact that everybody has had a shot at doing something that's close to, either adjacent to, or exactly what they're good at doing, and to get a chance to exploit that a little bit.
Definitely, we've seen so many different styles of fishing, but the story of this week is to look what Corey Johnston has done. He's been close so many times on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and to make this bite right here, what you're seeing him do in the back of Salt Springs, a lot of the local anglers that fish here said there's no way you can push this past a day and a half. So the lack of pressure, a lot of the conditions setting up correctly, whether it's the full moon that's coming, hats off to him, because he outfished a lot of the competition around him, almost gave up on this area on day 2, and basically he has blown their doors out.
Right, yeah.
You know, looking at it unofficially, an 18-pound lead. And we set it up this morning. Leads disappear in the state of Florida. It doesn't look like that's going to happen this time around.
No, that possibility is not
We're
going to come to pass
We're at
today.
that point.
Ronnie, you are one of our pundits. I don't know if you've got the pundit column, but you are de facto one of the leading pundits here. Is this going according to the way you had this one laid out in your mind?
Well, I thought there would be a whole lot more shell bar fishermen that would have advanced to today. A little bit more post-spawn for the St. Johns River. But Tommy, you bring that up, and I was just thinking in my mind how much variety there is at the St. Johns. Most times we come here, we're seeing sight fishing from Corey Johnston, deep fishing in open water with Jacob Fouts and Rodman. You get to see lily pad and flipping with guys like, over the last few days with John Cox, or whether it's Brad Watley. We see some shell bar stuff as well, and then shad spawn. So variety here, and so I think if you guessed all in on one technique in your teams this week, or your thoughts, it didn't probably go great for you. And he's on pace, second largest margin of victory if he keeps it above 17 pounds for Corey Johnston.
It's like a biker gang of jet skis out there. I'm sure Corey, look at him, he's staring them down.
Suits the numbers that stand out for you.
Well, besides a big fish of 8, 7 from Brad Watley, is his move in the Angler of the Year. He was 73rd coming into this event. He fell on that first day to 88th. Now he's 33rd, getting to second place. Other guys, Logan Latuso is now in the hunt for a classic berth. He was in the 70s. And then guys like Hackney and Christie solidified. They were just outside our top 40 who are going to make next year's Bassmaster Classic, and they're in the 20s now. Feel a little bit better going into the next 5 events.
Absolutely. Everybody loves a big comeback story, and we've certainly seen that in the case of Brad Watley. Other guys doing their career a whole bunch of favors.
Hey, if you're not gonna have the drama of a close event, why don't the leaders just go out and do something historical? And so one of the biggest wins we'll ever see, possibly.
Vastly entertaining, and we are not done yet. Plenty more coverage coming up right here on FS1. Take a quick look at the leaderboard right now, and Corey Johnston, you see him right there, absolutely dominating, as expected during the course of today. He's not going to go away, that is for sure. Brad Watley, the great comeback story. Jacob Fouts, Drew Benton, Chris Johnston. Chris Johnston, also part of that big story. He's already got the Elite Trophy. His brother does not. Hackney Christie, Hanselman, Matt Airy, and Logan Latuso. Again, we're going to take a quick break here, and when we come back, Dave and Davey with some on-location coverage from Palatka, Florida.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome into our on-location coverage. The shores of the St. Johns River in beautiful, sunny Florida. The second of 2 back-to-back events in the Sunshine State. And this one, we return to the St. Johns River, such a fabled fishery. The Johnston brothers have caught them every single time they've come here, but a win has eluded them here. Corey Johnston, earlier this morning, our tournament leader, started firing early and often. Big shots. It's been a sight fishing event for him generally, but you see him here fishing some pads and making it happen early. That's a way to calm your nerves.
Yeah, absolutely. And his sight fishing have been just spent them, really. I mean, they have depleted the resource for the most part. Changed it up today, started in the pads. What a way to start Championship Sunday, a 7-pounder for Corey Johnston.
Nothing makes Championship Sunday better than a 7-pounder to start off your day. I'm Dave Mercer. I move the hole that makes the words, but I'm joined by Bass Fishing Hall of Famer, classic champion, 2-time angler of the year, Davey Height. This tournament, we're here later than we've ever been here. Did you ever imagine that this event would be won or dominated by sight fishing?
I did not, Dave. I'll be honest with you. I know by fishing in Florida for so many years, there would be some fish left on the beds, and maybe a few of those would be caught. Maybe even the day one leader, like we saw Caleb Summerall, have the lead totally sight fishing. But to think, here we are, 80-plus pounds by Corey Johnston. All of them but that one we saw earlier have been sight fishing, or maybe not seeing every fish, but those fish around the salt springs are always there to spawn.
Well, it's been an incredible tournament, and it is Championship Sunday. Only 10 anglers remain. One of those anglers, Greg Hackney, and he was excited about the weather change. But let's get caught up on all of our anglers with our Toyota Midday Report.
Yeah, Dave, you got to look at Greg Hackney when you're at a Bassmaster Elite event and Greg Hackney is in position, he's in the top 10, then you certainly want to have a camera on him. He's one of the anglers that focus on the shad spawn, Crescent Lake. A lot of the anglers that focus on the shad spawn went to Crescent Lake. Only a few really had success. There was probably about 25 or 30 anglers. I think about the most we've had to elect to fish in Crescent Lake. Greg Hackney was one of them, using a spinnerbait that he helped design, Strike King spinnerbait with 4 blades on it. He was getting it done early and often. That's been the case for him all week. Once the sun gets up and the wind slows down, it has been slow for him today, just like the previous 3 days of the week.
Hackney was excited about the weather change. He kind of said this morning he wished it came a little earlier. He wished it had kicked in throughout the night, but you always got to watch out for a Johnston brother. Even his first event, he almost won it here, Chris Johnston, and he kind of bird-dogged a fish for Corey yesterday. That's a brother.
Yeah, he really did. It's absolutely amazing how good these brothers are, the way they work together, and the way it all seems to work out. Through the years on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, not just brothers, but you have friends that almost appear to be brothers. They're so close and have good relationships. It's hard to make this work because you're all competing against one another. It's an individual sport, but they have certainly made this work.
as good as anyone I've ever seen. They really have. And they both fish to win, but they keep the other person in mind. And, hey, if he's got a better chance than me, then I'm going to let him go. You know, like today, Chris Johnston has elected not to go to the spring unless, you know, after lunchtime maybe, but certainly the first half of the day, let his brother have it. And it's really incredible how it works out, and they can both have so much success. Drew Benton said he found his mojo again, and that's a scary thought when you think we're going to Lake Murray next.
Yeah, Drew Benton just, you know, you say, well, what could happen? What could happen? Well, you just start losing fish, and when you start losing fish, you lose that mojo. Don't really know how that happens. Drew Benton, obviously a great angler. He's had a lot of success out here. Was Rookie of the Year when he first came to the elites. Just won an event last year at Lake Murray. But Drew Benton has lost a few fish the last few events, but not here. And everyone pretty much expected him to have a good Florida swing. It's really no big surprise to see him do here at St. John's. It's had a lot of success. That, I think, is one of only a couple fish that he has caught that were on the bed here this week, because there's just not a lot of them other than in the salt springs. There's a few other areas where there's some fish, but Drew Benton really capitalizing on the shad spawn and then going in these canals, and today's been really good for him in this one particular canal where he caught that 6-pounder earlier.
A former Strike King College Bass champion, Jacob Fouts.
Jacob Fouts, boy, he is amazing. Crescent Lake, and then where he's been in this event, it has been amazing. Like 30 boats here, 30 boats over there, and he is the last man standing in Rodman Reservoir. Fishing offshore, a lot of the people that were fishing there, fishing wood. We saw Rick Clunn. We had a camera with him on day one and day two. When you go to Rodman Reservoir and you have all that wood and all those stumps, a little bit of vegetation, I think the reservoir is in great shape this year. It's good to see a mixture of wood and grass, and the water clarity is really, really good. But he's targeted offshore fish, the spinning fish, quite frankly what we have seen the majority of this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but the only angler in the top 10 that really has just focused on suspending fish. It's very different here. The only one of our top 10 focusing on those fishing. A lot of our events, there's been 9 of the top 10, or maybe 10 of the top 10 doing that. So kudos to Jacob Fouts.
Trying to play the boogeyman, the biggest bag of the term, the Crush City Monster Bag, weighed in yesterday, 31 pounds by Brad Watley.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in and have kept up with all 4 days of this event, Brad Watley was in 94th, I know in the 90s, out of 103 anglers after day one. And to do what he's done is absolutely amazing. To go from 94th, have a real good second day, even better third day, 31 plus pounds, to move up to second place is absolutely incredible. It's real easy as an angler to just lose it. If after day one you're in 94th, you cut the top 50, day two you think there's little to no chance I'm even going to be around. He kept his head down, he kept his focus, had a good week last week at Harris Chain. He's caught most of his fish flipping and swimming a half-ounce jig, black blue around some bluegill beds. But man, hats off to Brad Watley. What a week to come from the 90s to second place starting today.
Your day 3 leader, the man with the plan, saying catch me if you can, Corey Johnston.
Well, I think you mentioned it this morning at takeoff on the dock. This is the one thing that has eluded him, and we've all seen him. Wow, day 1, day 2, he's about to win his first blue trophy. Heck, it started his first year on the Elite Series, and then something would happen, And maybe it was on his mind this morning, maybe not. I would think it had to be a little bit. But wow, what a way to start for Corey Johnston. Going to change it up, flip a few pads. I have not done it all week. First bite, about a 7.5 pounder. So, man, what a commanding lead he has jumped out to. And, man, it's going to take something. You know, it's basically going to take a miracle for somebody to catch a big enough stringer to beat Corey Johnston. So maybe it is his time. There's still a lot of fishing to go. When you see a 31-pound stringer caught this week, you can't ever say never. But, man, Corey Johnston has – and to beat the people he has fished around, not been a lot of people, but there's been some really good sight fishermen he's been around, and he has absolutely just beat the competition around him.
He truly has. Jacob Fouts told me this morning, I won the Rodman tournament. I mean, it doesn't pay any extra, but he has dominated Rodman, and a good finish for him.
Get ready. There's like 50 of them.
That's no fun at all.
Wow. About to make a cast knowing there's 50 bass where you just threw.
I bet he hooks up. He's definitely won the numbers game, too. I mean, the amount of times we go to him and he's catching a fish is shocking.
Yeah, it really has. And you think the law of average when you're in Florida, if you can catch 20, 25 bass a day, you're going to catch a 7 or 8 pounder. He has not done that yet. Did catch a solid one just about 10 minutes ago, a solid 5.5 pounder. So he needs a few more of those. Smallest fish right now, 2 pounds, so he has room to upgrade. Clouds in the wind has helped him. He's not fishing for those shallow shad feeders. He's fishing for these post-spawn fish that are out in Rodman Reservoir, chasing these big groups of shad that have already spawned and moving out into the deeper water. So as an angler in a tournament, you want to be kind of where the fish are heading, and he has certainly done that.
It's a nice one.
Smallest
3
2
pounders,
pounds,
probably.
definitely not anymore. Yeah, solid fish. Jason Christie making back-to-back top 10s. Says Florida's normally not good to him. Well, very good this time around. Both events in the top 10. So this trip to Florida, a big success for Jason Christie.
Certainly has been. I talked to him a little bit about that earlier in the week, and that was sort of my deal fishing here through the years. I was top 10 or bottom 10. It's not much in between, and Jason Christie has experienced a little bit of that, but these 2 weeks, top 10. Good for him.
He talked about it in the dock and needed. I mean, he was in a situation where after Texas, not the greatest start to the season, uncharacteristically tough for the level we're used to seeing Christie compete at.
Well, how big he is, I haven't seen him. Bigger than what I got, I think.
Looks like he mixed up a little bit, throwing top order now.
Didn't even get to see an explosion.
Topwater been a big player the last 2 weeks.
It really has. It really has. Got to spend a little time with Jason Christie at the Bassmaster Classic just a few weeks ago, and I've always known that he likes to throw a spook, a walking top order bait, and then I realized why. He said, I talked to him because he fished a lot of team tournaments with his dad. His dad loved to throw that bait, so I'm sure that's why you see him pick it up so often. When you don't see the rest of the field throwing a walking top order bait, you see Jason Christie doing it a lot.
A little bit different weather today, obviously. Your TH Marine, current weather conditions.
Well, I can tell you, the wind is blowing more.
79 degrees, partly cloudy, and 11-mile-an-hour wind, so it's a little windier, and it's spectacular out here.
Yeah,
I mean, last few days been really humid, not so much today.
Yep. A little cooler today than it has been. It's been in the low 90s. I think today's high, you see there's 79 degrees right now, but I think the high is only supposed to be in the low to mid 80s. So what a beautiful day to be in Palatka, Florida.
Going to be a fun way, and make sure to make your way down, because as the TH Marine Weather Watch proves, it's going to be comfortable. And Jason Christie going through some numbers.
I think he's comfortable right now. Throwing the top water, catching one every cast. I mean, that is about as good as it gets. Championship Sunday. See more wind today. Some anglers want that and some don't. Obviously, there's sight fishermen don't want that because they can't see the fish as well, but people like Jason Christie's been throwing a spinnerbait a lot in this topwater some. It positions these fish, and they catch fish on up in the mid-morning to afternoon as long as they've got some clouds and wind. Perfect little ambush point there. The corner of that dock with the wind blowing to it. Both of those fish came right off the exact same corner.
That's
and
big.
making another cast in the same place. Yeah.
No, he's not. He looked big. I thought he was like a 5 or 6 pounder.
Not only entertaining, but educational, because let's be honest, a lot of recreational anglers, you get a chop like that, they put the top water away.
Well, that and, we talk about advancements in our sport. Shallow water anchors holding him right there.
Yeah.
He's got those fish pegged. He can make that cast, stay in one place, cull. That's just another thing that's really helped our sport.
Jason Christie, part of Championship Sunday for the second week in a row. Well, no, he was part of Championship Monday last week. Championship Sunday this week, and I'll be honest, Davey, that's where I'd like to be part of. That party right there. We need to go there. That looks like fun. Bassmaster Live.
Yeah. It's the competitive drive that I love about this sport, where every day is different, everything changes, and it's one of those things that anyone can do it. It doesn't matter if you're young, old, male, female, don't matter. You can go out there, you can do it from an aluminum boat, you can do it from a glass boat. I was always saying to my parents, I want to fish the Bassmaster Elite Series, especially watching the Bassmaster Classic every year. Then it was unheard of for a Canadian to make a living fishing.
Team Power Poles, Corey Johnston to the lead.
That your VMC on point, and Corey Johnston chasing that lifelong dream and may just have accomplished it here today. We talked about it earlier. He really, truly hasn't, you watch him seemingly from the outside, has not been challenged at any level of fishing, but that's what's so cool about the Elite Series. The best from every part of the world, literally, not every part of the country anymore. Oh boy, I don't know what's going on there. Somebody just walking through your area. Nothing wrong with that. But he has not been challenged until here on the Elite Series, and now he's being challenged dealing with some noodlers, I guess.
Yeah, that's a great example of what makes our sport so different. We watch a lot of golf this time of the year. Last week, the Masters, and this week there in Hilton Head, South Carolina. And they don't have to deal with somebody swimming on the greens, let's just say that, or walking on the greens, or walking across the greens while they're trying to putt. It's just, but these anglers, they're the best at dealing with things just like that. Totally out of your control, but you're on a body of water that's open to the public. You're fishing close to a marina. You're going to have some people around you on a Sunday.
Playing through.
6 cents hangover. 1 Milliken design, and threw it on the bed here, and she went right on the bed, looking at that big bait. So, gosh, I need it to be calm and sunny. I just can't see her.
Talk about the wind is your friend. If you're Greg Hackney and Jason Christie, what they're doing today, check a Fouts, but
we're gonna give her
Corey
a little
Johnston
break.
Does not want the wind to blow.
We'll go in here and take a quick look.
So you see the bed he's going to take a quick look to just see if the fish is there. One thing's different about being in this part of Florida, a lot of tilapia beds, and these bass come in later and use them. They make a deep dish, like a bowl that actually the bass can get down in, and when they're sitting right at the bottom, even the forward-facing sonar will just go right over their head, so to speak. It's like taking a flashlight and shining on the ground, but someone's in a hole, you can't see them. If they stand up or if they come up, you can. But
I don't know if it's on a bed, but it's just sitting there.
So even though he has used that some this week, there are some of these beds where it's not effective.
Well, whatever way he's doing it, he has been effective this week. You got to think Watley's bag made him kind of worried, though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Especially with what happened to Chris. Yeah. 2019, Chris was about to win this tournament. Yes. And then Rick Clunn rolls in with the dirty 30. And
right. Absolutely. And knowing it's Sunday, he's going to have to deal with a lot of folks in that area where he's been fishing. I mean, it's Salt Springs. You got to know there's going to be a party cove close by.
And trust me, the crew he rolls with, I mean, in hockey they call it chirping. If he does not pull this off, there's some groups where they'll put their arm around you and say, hey, dude,
Fish is making me
your
so
time's
angry.
coming. It will not be nice for him.
It's a good one, too.
Yeah, getting to know Corey a little, he seems like he would hang around with those folks that like to chirp. But, hey, he can take it. He can dish it out. It's all good.
Not only just an Elite Series pro, a two-time double life suspension from a hockey league. That's a record you got to be proud of. Been suspended for 2
lives. How do you get double life? I mean, after the first one, how did you?
Well, he wrote a really nice letter. He explained it to me. He said he wrote a really nice letter, and they let him back in. And then he got suspended the first game. Double life sentence.
So did he have a plan to just, if I can trick them, then I'm going to go back one more time and really show them this time that they need to suspend me for life?
I think when you play a contact sport and your name is Corey Johnston, you never have a plan.
Great competitor. He really is. You know, we've talked about Rick Clunn a lot this week, his 500th Bassmaster event. And when I just said great competitor, he very different than Corey Johnston, but great competitor. And
no bad.
The more I think about it, I don't know of a guy that's really had a lot of success in our sport at this level that wasn't a great competitor and just really flat out hated to lose.
Let's make a move to Matt Airy. Left the dock this morning in 10th place, a 5-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier. And with him heating up, you got to imagine he's going to be a player at our next event.
Yeah, I think we need to talk a little bit about Matt Airy. Has been fishing in that Salt Springs area. This morning on the takeoff dock, he said, I'm not going there. Corey Johnston has done a good job. He's got a solid lead. I'm going elsewhere. And he's had a lot of success.
Did you get that, sweetheart? Did you get that? Huh? Did you get that? How about that for a blow up, sweet thing?
Cameraman sounded giddy.
Pretty excited about that. We got to take another look at that.
Good trade.
Everybody likes to see a largemouth bass eat a frog.
That was very violent.
Let's go, Brandon.
Cameraman Brandon. Here we go. You see. Boy, it does look very realistic.
We ain't done.
Yep.
We ain't done.
Missed it. Oh, came back with an attitude. Oh, that is awesome. Wow. That is what you get up very early in the morning for.
Right on.
Hope you have that. That is incredible.
Baby.
Great shot by Brandon.
I was like, if he
Bassmaster
missed that,
social media
the whole
department.
frog's gone.
Let's listen in.
Not you. I was talking about the fish. Me too.
They had the Bassies
right where it's
last year,
supposed to
if
be,
you
right there in
remember,
that
around
little
Christmas.
overhang there.
Gave our anglers some awards. I'm throwing it out there. One more time, let's look at this, but I'm throwing it out there. We need a videography category in there for our camera folks. They are so incredible, and that is, I mean,
don't get enough credit. They certainly don't get enough credit. Check this out. He's throwing a topwater frog, back in some cypress trees, some Spanish moss. I mean, the fish swirls at the bait but does not get it. Kudos to Matt Airy. He did not jerk the bait away from the fish, and the fish came back with a bad attitude. That's awesome.
To get that shot, if you're shooting a television show, is one thing. To get that shot in competition, amazing.
That is great. Oh, that frog just jumped off the tree.
Tree frog. Do that this time of year.
Yeah, so we.
I do have to mention again, though.
Sat on that shell bar for a long time, probably too long. They
jerked that bait away from the fish.
That's the problem with forward-facing sonar is you're still staring at them, but you can't get them to bite, and it keeps you there too long. But we bailed on that, dove into a canal here, started tossing a frog around, immediately got a good bite. I had 2 bites, missed one. The other one didn't look very big. And second one just annihilated it, so we're going to stick with this for a while. There is nothing better than a good frog bite. And this is my wife's favorite lure, is a frog. It's Emily's favorite lure. It's most everybody's favorite lure, to be honest with you. Nothing better than a good frog bite. But
I agree.
we're
Nothing better
1 or
than
2 big bites away from having a really, really good day. We got 2 little ones in there. We got one about 1.5 pounds and one might be 2 pounds. And then 3 pretty solid fish, so 2 4 or 5 pounders will give us a good bag. At least move us up a few spots. Get some of those valuable Angler of the Year points. Everybody's fighting to get to that classic.
Again, kudos to Matt Airy for fishing a different area than he has all week and still catching fish.
Let's look at it one more time. What an incredible topwater eat. Nothing better than a frog bite, as Matt Airy says, and this is a special one.
Yeah, it makes it extra special to see that fish come and just nip at the back of that frog. And Matt Airy doing his job, not jerking it away from it. And cameraman Brandon certainly did his job. He got that fish when it came back with a bad attitude.
An incredible fish catch, but this is an incredible week celebrating Rick Clunn's 500th Bassmaster event. Let's have some Northland trivia and see how well we know Mr. Rick Clunn. How many top 10 classic finishes does Rick Clunn have? A, 10, B, 12, C, 14, D, 16. We'll have a little while to marinate on that, Davey Height, and we'll get the answer after this break. You know where you're going?
It's a lot. Even 10 is incredible.
Rick Clunn is incredible, but the answer when we come back.
And now, Rick Clunn, the tournament leader and the only B.A.S.S angler to ever win 3 Bassmasters Classics.
Here he is, folks. The lead of our tournament with 45 pounds, 2 ounces this morning with unlimited bass, Rick Clunn. Rick is, he has a man behind him by 7 pounds called Roland Martin. Today's weight for Ricky Clunn, 11 pounds, 15 ounces.
The hats were higher, the shorts were shorter, but one thing remains the same, and that is Rick Clunn winning bass tournaments. It is truly incredible the career he has had, and it's a gift for all of us that we're here watching him the whole way through, watching him compete. I mean, you compare it to anything in baseball, it's like Babe Ruth still competing with today's top athletes.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible to think about how he has competed at top level for 500 events.
All right, Northland Daily Trivia. Davey Height, where are you going? How many top 10 classic finishes does Rick Clunn have?
I'm thinking C, 14 is the number that I remember through the years.
Ooh. Well, he's won 4, so yeah, I'm going 12. I'm going B with 12, but I feel like it might be 16.
Here we go. 16.
I was right. Should have followed my gut. Story of my life.
That's incredible. I knew it was a bunch. I did know it was more than 10 or 12, but 16. Wow. Absolutely incredible.
St. John's River has been incredible to him. Obviously, a win in 2016 where he coined the phrase, don't ever accept that your best moments are in the past, and inspired millions with what he did there. And you would have thought, hey, at that point, I remember leaving this event thinking, he's just going to hang it up. I mean, but what a way to end. You're ending on top. But that's not Rick Clunn. He doesn't think like everybody else.
He certainly doesn't. I was in that event in 2016. It had been a little while since he had won, and I'm like you. I thought, wow, he's been waiting on this. This is a perfect moment. But no, he wasn't waiting on that. Came back here 2 years later, and what does he do? Well, he's trailing going into the final day, but comes in with over 30 pounds of fish to take the victory away from Chris Johnston, who really everyone thought, man, he's going to win this. But probably, when I competed against Rick Clunn, the most impressive victory. They're all impressive in their own way, but for him to come back that final day, 2019, just a few years ago, absolutely incredible.
He has been a Florida man, the most victories of any state in Florida for Rick Clunn, and that is 4 of them. You see them listed right there. From 77 to 2019, that doesn't even look real, Davey Height.
Not just being there, not just competing, but winning at the top level of our sport. Absolutely incredible. Florida man, he's not from Florida, lives in Missouri, Avon, Missouri, I think it is. But to win down here in Florida, just another day at the office for Rick Clunn.
13 top 10s here in the state of Florida. Florida's been very good to Jason Christie this time around, back-to-back top 10s. And we'll head out on the water with him live right now, the 2022 Bassmaster Classic champion.
Boy, the wind's picked up even more. We saw him catch a few fish here earlier. It's like he's mixed it up and changed baits. He caught those ones earlier on a top water lure. Oh, there's some more there. Real good learning moment here watching Jason Christie. A lot of anglers might not even want to fish in this much wind, but not only is he fishing, he's catching, and he caught 3 or 4 on a top water lure, switching it up to soft plastics. Catches another one.
That one not going to help. Also, wouldn't want to fish in it, but you think of how often an angler fishes the backside of a dock and just moves along. I got one. Yep. We're good. Move along. I mean, that is one thing that stands out in the Elite Series, how you guys are so good at literally seining an area for everything it has.
And, hey, he's hooked up again. Really amazing how many fish are right on the corner of this dock position. Probably every fish that lives under that dock is right now feeding on that corner, and the wrong fisherman showed up with and Jason Christie.
Jason Christie has a habit of being that guy, but the one thing that eluded him was a Bassmaster Classic came close many times. People were basically printing the papers saying he's won it, and it slipped from him, but not in 2022. He finally gets redemption and conquers the Bassmaster Classic at Lake Hartwell.
Yeah, what a great job he did to win this Classic. He had a disappointment there just a few years before that, had a lead the final day. That had happened another time, and it's like, wow, you only get, even if you're Jason Christie, you only get so many shots on goal, so to speak, especially in the Bassmaster Classic. We had another chance, and he certainly took advantage of it. Having a great day that final day. Starting out in a creek, fishing some soft plastic, jig-headed type baits, and then finish it up with a jig under boat docks. Jason Christie No surprise to see him hold that trophy over his head. A lot of people picked him to be the favorite just a few weeks ago at his home lake in Tulsa, Oklahoma. But, man, those trophies are hard to win. I don't care if it's your home lake or a lake you've never been to. They are very, very hard to win.
Christie said if there's any negative from the Classic, it's after you win one, you want more. And he definitely has his eyes set on more. And this next angler definitely got his eyes set on that. He's won a Rookie of the Year title, not just here, but in FLW Tour. Won at the tour level multiple times. He would love to win a Bassmaster Classic title, but you got to get there first. And this finish is going to go a long way to writing his season in that direction.
It definitely is. And next week, we're going to Lake Murray, where he won last year, so I'm sure he's looking forward to that event also.
I think this is the little one.
Benton, one of the best sight fishermen out here, doing a little bit of it today.
I feel like we've seen him a lot in canals that look like that. I mean, isn't that one of the canals he fell in years ago?
I think that is the exact one.
Well, we'll see. He said that was the little one. We'll see if he gets the big one when we get back in just a few minutes. Bassmaster Live. Championship Sunday at the Maxam Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River. That'll look at your current leaderboard. Corey Johnston atop that leaderboard, as he has been for a few days. But how did we get here to Championship Sunday is the question. We started with 103 anglers that went out on day number one.
Caleb Summerall was our winner on day number one, wasn't he?
Big day.
Oh, man.
28 pounds.
What a day. 28 pounds, 8 ounces for Caleb Summerall. A lot of folks thought, because we're coming here later, those bigger strings won't be caught. Day one, big stringer for Caleb Summerall, but day one, second place was this guy, Corey Johnston. Had a big stringer also on day two, the biggest stringer that we had weighed in, 27 pounds, 8 ounces, moved from second place up to first place, taking the day two lead. In the same area where the day one big stringer was caught. I mean, it was really amazing those first 2 days, how many big fish were caught in there. Corey Johnston was the guy for day two, Caleb Summerall for day one, but the day one leader only caught one fish in there. That just shows how volatile and how there's just not a lot of fish in there. Corey was able to spot the right ones and put them in the boat. So important. I think some of the other anglers that didn't have as much success there on day two just lost some fish close to the boat. And when the fish are that few and far between around that spring, there's nice ones there, but you've got to capitalize on every fish, and Corey Johnston certainly did that on day two. That's why he became our day two leader.
But those were during the weekday. Everybody said, hey, come the weekend, it's going to get even busier in there. There's going to be more people paddling around. There's no way that this will hold out.
So I talked to Corey after each day, because when one of the Johnston brothers are in the top two, he was second and then the leader on day two. Hey, what's your plan? What you gonna do? Because I really thought those fish were running out. The one thing he said, man, there's really not any good ones on the bed, but from 1 o'clock until I had to leave, I saw some bigger fish coming in roaming. I talked to Brian Evie, his cameraman. He said, yeah, I saw that too. And that's what made him go back on day three. A lot of people, including himself, thought, man, it might be over in there, but I got to go back. I'm the leader, and it all happened in one area there around Salt Springs. He went back in there, and it was a little slow. His brother Chris came in there and kind of helped him out with a few of them.
Bird dog.
He really did. But then Chris ended up literally showing him his biggest fish of the day and said, hey, Corey, there's one right there. He eased on off away from it, and Chris Johnston was able to catch a big one late in the day. Ended up giving him that 23 pounds, 2 ounces, and a commanding lead at the end of day three. Here, I think, is his last fish that he caught. Nope.
He even caught another one after that, but all solid fish. We've seen other anglers like a Jacob Fouts catching 25, 30 fish, Greg Hackney, Jason Christie catching 10 fish before Corey could even get to his location. But that right there has been the key for Corey Johnston all week, those bigger Florida bass.
And you see that kid in his arms?
Yes.
He'll be whooping butt here in about 15 years.
Might not be that long. You know, they start them earlier nowadays.
True that. Corey Johnston, your power pole replay of the day and maybe of the week.
Yeah, so big call here this morning. If you're just tuning in, Corey Johnston had caught every fish he weighed in. Salt Springs area, about an hour and 10 minutes to get there each day. This morning, he said, I'm going to stop and fish a few pads, an area that I haven't fished this year. I'm just going to stop right along here. And holy cow, when it's going your way, it is going your way. Corey Johnston with about a 7.5-pound largemouth bass on a stretch of pads that he just thought looked good this morning. When that happens, it's your day, it's your week, and it's time for you to hold that blue trophy over your head. And Corey Johnston is off to a commanding lead because he has filled his limit. No other's that big, but he has filled his limit, and that's the one fish he needed to give him that solid anchor fish. And, man, somebody's going to have to make miracles happen to move ahead of him this afternoon.
Well, make no bones about it, Chris said at takeoff this morning. That dude owes me great birthday presents and Christmas presents for the rest of my life.
That's the male, but the female wasn't really coming on, so we'll catch them. Catch them. Come on.
Chris Johnston's sight fishing. You can hear him say that's the male. He's in a different area. He has been in Salt Springs area a lot this week, but
ate it good.
Two Canadian kids that many people
might get us up to
want to pigeonhole as smallmouth anglers. Watching him fish, he might as well be on the Okeechobee River. Not Okeechobee, Otonabee River, where they grew up. Okeechobee's closer to us here today.
But, I mean, you can't tell the difference just looking at that shot. They look very similar.
Over to Matt Airy, who's put on a clinic today.
Matt Airy catching most of the fish that he brought to the scales this week from that Salt Springs area. Said this morning on the dock, and I thought, man, it's going to be interesting with Chris, Corey, and Matt in there today. He said this morning, hey, I'm not going there. I'm going to let Corey have it.
It choked. I don't know if he'll help. He's poor looking.
Stay hooked, honey.
Over to Ray Hanselman Jr., hooked up live. Boy, he's taking his time with this fish.
He is. It's a good one, and the smallest fish, 1 pound. It'll be a big help. Even though Corey's got a commanding lead, you have to keep in mind points and dollar bills really matter on Championship Sunday, each position.
She wasn't coming off either.
It's a real good one to call a 1 pounder with. Ray Hanselman fishing offshore. More of what we thought we'd see a lot of here, and he's really about the only one we have in our top 10 exclusively fishing main river bars. Had some tough luck yesterday on that same crankbait. He told me he had a 5 and a 4, both on the same bait, about to put 9 pounds in the boat, and guess what happened? Got upside the boat and lost them both.
Ouch. Ouch. Well, the good news is his boys play for the Rams, the local baseball team, and they won this week. But, hey, I rented us that little hot rod there. That's Suck My Wake, it's called.
We headed to Party Cove this afternoon in that?
Yeah, we're doing that. But before I go there, I got to do the weigh-in this afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com. Loading our Yeti hot seat. Corey Johnston, has he finally captured the elusive blue trophy.
Boy, you can't bet against him. I'd like to see some drama, but man, he's got a big lead.
Live coverage continues. Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns River in Palatka, Florida. This is Championship Sunday. Our live coverage sponsored by Rapala. We are into our final 3 hours of fishing. Just crossed over into that. It's a dash for the finish line. And for one Corey Johnston, it can't go fast enough. He has done the work. He has put in the time, laid the foundation of a pretty good-sized beatdown, as it would seem right now. Started the day with a 14-pound-plus lead.
Yeah, and very fair to say, you know, really going off of his first tournament on the Bassmaster Elite Series on this body of water, the St. Johns River. And I agree with Davey Height. It's surprising that it has taken this long for Corey Johnston to blow one of these tournaments away, which is exactly what he has done. On the other side of that, this tournament has been really cool to cover. You know, we live... and I know a lot of our usual fans on FS1 that follow the Bassmaster Elite Series to kind of have a throwback tournament on a throwback lake. As far as techniques go, it's been an honor to sit in this seat with you this week. No doubt.
Thank you. Welcome to you all, too, into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Ronnie Moore is here. And, Ronnie, we enjoyed our tournament last week in the state of Florida. Some things in common here, including the fact of a winner, or at least a presumed winner in this one here, as we say right now. Both of them finding one place and really sticking through it, no matter how slow it got.
Yeah, and then both of them also sampled something in the morning time. John Garrett last week caught a limit, he had a limit hole. He went and stopped, caught 5 small fish, but on that final day, caught 2 key 3-pounders there. They were helpful for the rest of his day. We saw that with Corey Johnston, not 3-pounders, but a 7-10. We're now at the point, Tommy, we had our 14th Elite Series double-digit victory last week, more than 10 pounds. In the history of the Elite Series, only 14 times. We could add our 15th this week, and it'll fall right between 29-10 for the largest margin ever and 17-14 the second. Corey's been right there in that 18-pound range. We'll see where it lands.
We always get some impressive stats from here in the state of Florida. And Sucha, we've got another great day. I'm not just at the top, some great stories all up and down our top 10.
Yeah, we've had some movers. I'm going to say Brad Watley, who caught 13 pounds in the last half hour fishing yesterday. He only needs like 28 pounds, and he got 31 yesterday. So it's not over yet.
Okay. Well, with that in mind, we will forge on into the final 3 hours of fishing out there on the St. Johns River. We cannot wait. Or we can stay around and talk a little bit, too.
Exactly. Well, you know what I think we should do? Why don't we just hop right into the Yamaha Midday Report?
That's
I know
what
exactly
what
that music means. But we're still here. Here we go. All right, let's see what we can do on this Yamaha Midday Report. We're going to start with Greg Hackney. And man, if you really watched Greg Hackney's tournament so far, he said, I am lights out the first 90 minutes of competition, focusing on the east side of Crescent Lake. By the way, Ronnie, great job at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge talking about this east side of Crescent Lake. Hardcover shad spawn early in the morning, one of the main forages for these bass in the St. Johns River. And the main reason that east side has been a player, a lot lower light conditions than the west side. The problem is you've got about 1 hour to 90 minutes. Very solid tournament for Greg Hackney, unofficially sitting with 65 pounds and 2 ounces.
Also in Crescent Lake, Ray Hanselman, though not up against those cypress trees. Ray Hanselman sort of scoping out something, not scoping literally, but something a little bit different here. I can't even use certain words anymore.
No, if you really look at Ray Hanselman's tournament, he's not getting a lot of bites, but the quality definitely has been there. Topwater bait earlier in the week on the west side of Crescent Lake, but a little shell bar that he has done some damage yesterday and today. Been mixing it around with the topwater bait, a Carolina rig and a KVD 1.5. Good event for Ray Hanselman.
1910 on day number 2. That was his big day. Everything's been kind of wheeled around that. We got 4 Canadians also fishing in the Bassmaster Elite Series.
That one right there,
that's another good one.
Just about got Ray Hanselman.
Stick around for that in our midday report.
Exactly. Chris Johnston taking a look at his day. And it's fair to say, you got to kind of give the hats off. We said Chris Johnston and Corey Johnston, they work as one. They always have since they have fished the Bassmaster Elite Series and other tours. If you're fishing against one Johnston, you're against the other. And today, Chris Johnston kind of laying up, staying out of his brother's way. Not seeing many of those giants that we have seen earlier this week. Doing a little flipping earlier today. And really, that's been his main game plan. Days 1 through 3, flip lily pads and then go sight fishing right next to his brother Corey. And he is kind of laid up, stayed out of Corey's way. Unofficially sitting with 10 pounds and 4 ounces. Yet another good Elite Series finish. Chris Johnston.
21 pounds and 7 ounces was his big day of the tournament. That again was day number 2, just like Ray Hanselman, his big day here. He and his brother always sort of ham and egg it a little bit, as you say.
Yeah, they do.
They work together in several ways.
Geez, PB and J.
Yeah, PB and J a little bit. That's it. Drew Benton.
Yes, sir.
Always a big threat when there's some sight fishing, spawners around. He can catch them in just about any of them.
Kind of can tell Drew Benton gambling this morning, getting on that east side of Crescent, chasing that shad spawn bite that we have seen with Jason Christie, Greg Hackney, making it work early this morning, but then going into the canal systems of the St. Johns River, not too far actually from where he started this morning. Getting it done with this big one, locked on a bed. Backing it up with a couple swim jig fish, but really that day 2 is what has hurt Drew Benton. Catching right around 11 pounds, or he would be right in the mix, but definitely an angler. I'd say he was a favorite coming into this tournament.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
His roommate, Drew Clunn.
Picking him. Jacob Fouts, kind of on a roll, momentum roll in his career in the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's had a handful of really good, solid finishes, and this one just adds more to it.
Absolutely right. He has been the king of Rodman Reservoir, where we have seen in years past, looking over his shoulder, a giant submerged field of timber, fishing 2 channel intersections, 10 to 15 feet of water, where they connect a lot of threadfin shad, about 3 inches long, running those channels, and big schools of bass, 20 to 40 bass. A lot of his work with a Yozuri topwater bait and a Strike King Baby Z2 on a jig head. Very solid tournament yet again for Jacob Fouts. Good to see him in the mix.
Nobody in this tournament more consistent than Jacob Fouts. 17-11, 18-12, and 18-4 over those 3 days. Found something super solid and has.
He has caught more 3 to 4 pounders than anybody else in the top 10.
Absolutely, and executed perfectly. I mean, he is. It's not easy what he's done, but he has gotten it done. And what else is not easy? Going from 95th to 2nd place over the course of your tournament. Terrible day 1 for Brad Watley, but man, has he poured on the cold since then.
2 bass on day 1 for Brad Watley, turning it around, coming into Championship Sunday in 2nd place. That's basically like you're about 20 strokes over and coming back and chasing the leader in the final day of competition.
And we've only really seen that in the state of Florida. Harris chain back in the day to come in the bottom 5 and end up fighting for the win, contending for it. That's what Florida can do.
And here's the weird thing, we talked about it earlier today, is he chased that Crescent Lake bite on day number 1, an area that we have been in every single day, but it just has not panned out today so far for Brad Watley. A lot of his damage yesterday on the southern end of Lake George, actually closer to Lake Dexter, unofficially sitting with 10 pounds and 10 ounces.
And there is the man who has laid the foundation and putting the finishing touches on it today. We would assume Corey Johnston started out thinking, well, I've nothing left in my place. I'll try something else. And wow, it happened really fast.
Yep. Actually, you kind of, even though he has caught him differently, you remember the tournament that John Cruz won here years ago, where every move he made was just right. Corey Johnston not starting in Salt Springs this morning, backing it up with that giant right there. Your Yamaha Midday report has been really pretty much the Yamaha all-week report for that man right there, Corey Johnston from Canada.
He's another one with a great Elite Series momentum thing going here. His last 6 tournaments, save one. He's been in the top 25 every one of them.
Yeah, and really, looking ahead, we got the Lake Murray swing, the Clearwater event. You know he's going to catch him there.
Way smaller.
If he can hold serve or his brother can hold serve before we get north to smallmouth country, they will be a handful. That was your Yamaha Midday Report.
Let us get on back out to Salt Springs. And our leader, Corey Johnston, with the luxury of getting to dabble around a little more in this place where it doesn't happen fast and furious.
No, but what's been interesting this week, it's called the St. Johns River, but we're on a tidal body of water. Take Corey Johnston aside, it's been interesting to see the flurries of catches, whether it's tide-oriented. It's been really cool to see the bite windows, but this time of day in the back of Salt Spring, this is the time of day a lot of really big ones would lock on. Corey Johnston pretty much has that area, except for the pleasure boaters, all to himself.
Just joining up with us, Corey and his brother Chris both started their elite careers right here on the St. Johns River, 2019.
The update is we had a pretty good morning, but our game plan was to kind of come in here and try and find one big one, and we did find a big one, but I can't catch her. I got her to roll on my bait one time, but I need flat and I need sun, and I'm not really getting much of either. A little bit of sun here and there, but I mean it's windy and choppy, so I've got to make a decision here very soon. Do I stay or do I go? I had a good one up here earlier, so I wanted to have a look at it.
He has 14 pounds 6 ounces. He has a 17 pound plus lead now. He does not know what everyone else is doing out here.
He does not.
That much is always a factor.
You know, it really has been interesting to watch Corey and Chris Johnston, how they work as a unit. They obviously share, you know, when we see that all the time on the Elite Series, guys that room together, they work as a team. But we've talked about it. There's probably been a tournament here or a tournament there where they cannibalize each other because they fish so close together in proximity. And the second day of this tournament, you kind of had that feeling maybe that'll happen again. These guys are going to kill each other. You know, they're going to both cash a check, but winning the tournament would be. But it's really interesting to watch as the tournament goes along. One of them, and there's been several times we've seen this, Corey will back off when Chris is in contention. And to see that in this tournament, you know, Chris kind of backing off. It's a very... It's unique how well they make it work.
Yeah. Four Canadian anglers on the Elite Series. 2 of them have notched wins out here. Jeff Gustafson and Chris Johnston. Corey would be the 3rd. Nation of Canada well represented. Achievement-wise on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
You know, and we talk about how great of a smallmouth fisherman Chris Johnston and Corey Johnston are, but the way he's caught them in this tournament, the way this water looks, just visually looks. Up north, there are you know this, Tommy, you've been up in Michigan and Canada, there are so many lakes inland lakes that look exactly like that when largemouth are spawning. Granted, we don't have, 4-month-long spawns, but this is how Corey has cut his teeth, fishing very clear water largemouth.
They don't have any giant pike to worry about down
No,
here either,
no,
so
no.
that's a plus.
Hey, Brad, we're coming to us live. Could you just talk about, your day yesterday and what that meant to you?
What it meant to me? Are we live? Yep. I mean, it meant a lot because I started off poorly in Texas and had 2 bad finishes, so it made up a lot of AOY points for me, which I needed bad. So it was important for sure. I mean, it was key. And this day ain't over yet either here. I mean, you never know what could happen. I obviously are either one of 2 things. I don't know if I've run out of them, or it's a timing deal, or they've moved. I'm not sure. Fishing an area now that I haven't fished, but I know the area. Just trying to see if I can find. I mean, if I get bit, it's a big one. I mean, that's the whole deal, and that's really all I'm fishing for anyway. I mean, 2-3 pounders ain't gonna do nothing for me. But as far as what it meant, dude, it meant a lot. I mean, my butt was in a bind in AOY for sure. So that definitely climbed me back up, get me back in, back where I need to be.
You said it the other day, Ronnie Moore, that
he
may be from the piney woods of East Texas, but this is the place that fits his eye.
Yes.
Yeah, this is his style. 1 missed cut in 8 events here.
Bassmaster Maxam Tire Elite from the St. Johns River in Palatka, Florida is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. More to come from St. John's Championship Sunday. 10 anglers left in our field. One of them's going to hold that blue trophy, and one of them's got a great head start on it, too. We'll be with all of them when we come back. Today, week 4 of the United Football League continues on FS1 as the Arlington Rednecks square off against the Arlington Renegades, square off against the Houston Roughnecks in a Texas battle. It all begins today at 2 Eastern on FS1. That's the Arlington Renegades. Don't mix them up with the Roughnecks, or you get a mistake.
Don't do that.
Right there.
Hey, you're right up our alley. This is bass fishing, so we got rednecks around, Tommy. Don't you worry about it at all. As we're bringing it into the Bassmaster Studios, we're at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and I wanted to touch base on 2 of the favorites that you consider when you come to the state of Florida. 2 guys born and raised in this state and have really strong ties to this time of the year, and I'm talking about the Drews. For Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing or Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, we kind of come to this point in the season where it's the Drew decision. When do you pick Drew Benton? On the left side of your screen, when do you pick Drew Cook? You want to make sure you balance them because these guys both have the capabilities of winning any tournament that they compete in. So when you pick them in Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, you want to pick them on their highest event of the season because you only get to pick them once. And then most of the time, they are both in the same bucket for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. So choosing them in the right tournament is very important. Last week at the Harris Chain of Lakes, Drew Cook out of the Drews was the highest finisher in 41st place. He made the cut. Drew Benton did not. He finished in the 70s. This week, they flip-flopped. Drew Cook missing the cut after 2 days of competition, but Drew Benton coming through with a 9th place finish to start the day. Obviously has had a great day with that 6-pounder earlier, has a chance to really rise up the leaderboard. So if you use the Drews in April last year, you'd probably paid off very well at Lake Murray, where Drew Benton won and Drew Cook also was in the top 10. If you used the Drews in the month of April this year, you had to tread lightly because they were 50-50. One of them made the cut in each tournament, and if you picked Drew Benton this week, you were paid off with a top 10. So it's kind of the battle of the Drews. There'll be people we think about for May for Lake Murray because of their history last year, but it'll be kind of like here, I think, late spawn, something that we won't really see be a dominant factor as much as it has been this week.
What Drew did you pick this week?
I picked Drew Benton this week.
Let's
go. And I picked him last year when he won at Murray. So when I picked Drew, I feel good about it.
Well, why don't we get on the water right now
Let's
with
go
your
to
guy,
Drew.
Drew Benton
He's
live.
up to 4th.
He's got our best bag of the day, almost 19 pounds.
And just to clarify, that's an endearing term for my friends in the fishing industry.
I feel horrible. They're a very urbane, sophisticated group, and not at all the word that came out when I opened my mouth. I'm not going to. I'll never live that down.
6 hours live will do that to you.
How about 24 hours over the past?
We're not counting, Tommy. We're not counting.
Oh, boy.
Drew Benton's best fish from earlier definitely made him happy, and a lot of people happy, no doubt.
I moved from 9th to 4th, about $9 grand more. Not counting his added points in AOI. He's up to 28th. He started the week 51st outside our classic cut at 40.
We were coming by a seawall and I saw a tail swim off and turned around, pitched in there, and they were ready to go. Caught one, I think it's probably 6.5, 6 3/4, and caught the male off there. That's a really big bonus because today I just have not got as many swim jig bites as I thought I would, but we still haven't made it to the best part of the day, I feel like, for me. When the water's coming in and it's up a little bit and they can get back, on the bank, that's when I've been getting my bigger bites on the swim jig. And I've been doing it on the way back in from about 1:30 to 3 o'clock, and the tide's going to be an hour later, so that last hour is going to be real critical for me. I just lost a big one on a swim jig. It bit me in the very center of the pads and got me wrapped around some, and I couldn't do nothing with it, but that's just the risk you take fishing the way we are.
Drew did a good job explaining how he works the high and the low waters during the course of the tidal areas. When he's in those canals?
Exactly. Really, with that high water, throwing that swim jig, he's caught a lot of those fish closer to the seawall on the back, on the shore side, the seawall side of the pads. And as that water kind of sucks out, when that tide rolls out, he's caught them on the outside of those pads. And the other thing about Drew Benton and Cook in a lot of these tournaments.
I ran all my traps, some of it literally. Caught a few fish off old crab traps on the ends of these flat points. Caught a few off a shad spawn. And I got 2 off of this shell bed. I don't know, 14, 15 pounds, maybe 16. I'm not real sure. Didn't look at them long. Just threw them in the box. But got one pretty small fish. 1.5 pounds I need to get rid of. But it's been okay. A lot of boat traffic coming in and out of the creek here. I don't think that bothers them though. They're used to it.
And looking at what Ray Hanselman's done this week, he's been predominantly left alone. But if you look at
a good day for it.
Lot of the other anglers in our top 10 today, like Drew Benton, fishing the canal systems that got so much pressure, like your leader, Corey Johnston, they have had to outfish a lot of company around them all week long.
Trying to get another one. Because they're good fish. It's kind of been my saving grace this week. Just a big flat point at the mouth of a creek. It's got a decent little shoulder on it, little drop, and there's one hard spot on it. In practice, I side imaged with my Humminbird Mega. And I saw four blips on it, made one cast, caught a 2.5. I said, might be a good spot. And it turned out to be really good.
Ray from Texas and like our...
I'm about to run down, give it us a little bit longer, then I'm gonna run down and flip some pads, see if I can't get rid of that smaller fish.
Ray like Cliff Prince from Palatka.
I saved my butt yesterday. 30 minutes to go, I caught 2.5s.
Got some rodeoing in his background. Used to do a good bit of. His wife was a college equestrian champ with A&M.
Wow. Got a couple rodeo guy backgrounds, and now we're getting a lot more equestrian backgrounds. Buddy Gross's daughter coming up through the barrel racing,
That's right,
and then some others.
Trey McKinney.
Yeah, doing barrel racing. Big doings.
Hey, Chris Johnston looks like he's getting close to maybe going in Salt Springs and checking on his brother. I wonder what the talk was last night of, yeah, you make sure you come in here, maybe point out another 6-pounder for me, make sure my boat starts and I get back.
Come check on me.
Such, I think you're assuming right there.
Yeah, I am.
Projecting.
That's what I'd be thinking.
One of the few who's been able to have multiple 20-plus days.
Yeah, and there were some checks that were cashed down on the bottom of Lake George. Guys like, oh, Bob Downey doing good right around that left-hand corner where you see Logan Latuso. Taking a look at his day, it has been flipping and swim jigging the entire event. Kind of like Brad Watley, where he caught him on the southern end of Lake George yesterday. Logan Latuso making the comment he really didn't know what he was on with the shortened practice. He just gambled on this area. A lot of history throughout the years within really the southern end of Lake George as it goes into the river, that first 3/4 to 1 mile stretch.
Been one down there for sure. Man, right on the money today, about a 10 to 15 mile an hour wind as predicted, more than we've had the previous couple of days. Scattered clouds. Well, just a beautiful day to be out here and getting it done. And the man who's really getting it done more than anyone else is Corey Johnston. Started the day again, if you're just joining us, with a 14-pound plus lead, now up to 17 pounds plus as it stands right now. Brad Watley, Fouts, Drew Benton, Logan Latuso, as we saw there, hanging in there in the top 10. Of course, they're all in the top 10 today. And Matt Airy, Jason Christie. They will fish on when we come back. Championship Sunday here on St. John's River. Our next live Bassmaster Live offering for you here on FS1 will be on the 4th of May. Bring you coverage of the 4th event of the year, and the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. This one coming from Logan Martin Lake there on the Coosa River in between Neely Henry and Lay Lake, a place with a lot of bass fishing history, classic history. All that should make for a great, great tournament. You guys say it's going to be pretty good action there this time of year.
The Opens have been fantastic, man.
Absolutely.
Really fun to watch.
Spotted really bass, largemouth.
Oh, yeah. Coosa River spots will play.
Good numbers in that
is
tournament.
For sure. Let's take a look at our Tackle Warehouse EQ Elite Qualifiers. This is the route where you can fish all 9 Opens events this year, and if you're in the top 10 in points, you gain access to the Bassmaster Elite Series. We may take on another Canadian this year.
Wow.
That's a long ways off, but Evan Kung of Canada tops those standings right now. Dakota Ebar of Texas in there as well. Matt Adams, Mike Sermon, the veteran from Florida, been around the game for a long time. Easton Fothergill, great college angler with Really a fantastic last 9 or 10 months for sure. Andy Newcomb.
Bobby Bakewell.
Missouri. Bobby
from
Bakewell.
Florida.
Yeah.
From
Cody
Florida.
Meyer, Christian Ostrander, and Trevor McKinney.
Who's your guy in that list right there? I'm going to stick with Dakota Hebert.
Okay.
Yeah,
I may
he's
go
good.
with I may go with
Really
Evan Kung.
good.
Matt Adams lives 30 minutes away from Logan.
Well,
Martin.
there's
Give you
yeah,
up right
yeah,
now.
for
You're-
that one. For
Wow.
sure.
Taking Slink out on the water right now. Jacob Fouts.
I'm liking
Rumor is he is hooked up live.
Easton Fothergill still.
Good bet.
He's not that big, but boy, is he ever mean. Gosh, there's so many of them. Look at them on the screen. Dude, there's like 50 of them.
Boy, with all the scopers, how is he the only one to find this with 30 boats in there on the first 2 days of competition? That is so bizarre.
And you figure, it's been said that so many of those in there in Rodman were going to be those with less experience, maybe younger
Doing
anglers,
this.
which means,
Jacob Fouts did make the comment on days 1 and 2, after he got to his target, they are all that size. Every bass he catches is that size. He did make the comment, he stayed in the perimeter radius
Should help me.
of these 2 or 3 schools, and he said, the first 2 days I protected this area and would kind of box other anglers out. So
can't be the only area like that in this reservoir, right? Maybe it is.
Looking at the standings of the other anglers that are in there, yes.
It is the only.
Clunn was a couple miles away. We covered him days 1 and days 2, and there was a lot of other anglers out there in the center of the lake trying to get this to go that just could not get it going.
And you really had to commit this week. They had 2 days of practice. They had to come over from postponing the hair chain. You come over. They have 2 days. A lot of these guys had to put their eggs in a basket, and you can't go try to find sight fish and then I'm going to lock through and also fish offshore. Like, you have to commit fully, and so these guys were like, "We'll just spend 2 days in Rodman."
The anglers that do this, they're fully committed. They're not going to go near the bank.
Well, a lot of them are watching this now, so the big book of knowledge about the St. John's is being added to as we speak here. I'll make a note of that because we'll be back here before too much time passes.
I mean, John Cruz utilized the river and Rodman to win last time we were here in 2022. We had Austin Felix doing well out of here. You could see why it would do well in February because of the pre-spawn nature. When we get those cold fronts, it would be good. But I can also see why in a more post-spawn nature that people would assume it would also do just as well.
Austin Felix, one of those head scratchers this week, so I expected him to do well.
Tough.
Out of Jonathan Kelly over in Rodman, he got a 14th.
Yeah. They'll surprise you. I'll not stick up for them, but there are some of these guys who make hay doing this strategy, but they know how to catch. We saw Cody Huff do it at Grand in the Classic, fishing in the dirt or flipping docks with a jig. These guys have to have been well-rounded from the college series, at least the ones that are maybe in their mid-20s to upper 20s, like Fouts and Huff and some of them, because of where we fished and where I covered the college series during their era. You had to be well-versed, whether it was Tennessee River, Highland Reservoirs in Kentucky, the Great Lakes, any of those places.
I think, so we're going to get out of this spring right now. It's just too rough in here, and there's not enough sun. There is some on beds, and I found a big one, but I can't see her good enough to catch her. And I think my time the rest of the day is going to be better spent flipping pads and hopefully get one more big one. You know, I'd love to catch 20 pounds, but we'll see. We'll see how the next 2 hours goes. A lot can happen.
Johnston currently fifth in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year
well,
points.
I got to say hi to the wife and kids. They flew down, but all my friends and everyone back home, you know, I got a million text messages, and you know, so I got to say thanks to them. But as soon as we're done here, no matter how it turns out, I'm gonna have some beers tonight. And I'll be leaving early in the morning because turkey hunting opens on the 25th, and I'm going to take it out on them. I'll be honest with you. They're in big trouble when I get home. So do a day of scouting, and can't wait to kill some turkeys.
That is a man with focus.
He's also the Phoenix Boats Big Bass leader for today as well.
He and his brother switched spots. Chris is back up in the Springs right now.
Oh, really?
According to the map, yeah. And Corey's island out.
Gosh, that was a great bite.
Was it? I'll give you one back.
No, man.
Get rid of his 2-pounder, get him up near 20 pounds of it.
Well, as we have said before, this is the first elite event. We have not had a rookie or multiple rookies in the top 10 on the final day. And a rookie that struck gold big time at Lake Fork, and that is Trey McKinney.
Absolutely right. Unbelievable tournament. Earlier this year, 130 pounds and 15. It doesn't even look real.
No.
And did it for the most part in one small section down in the southwest corner of Lake Fork.
He outcaught his weight.
Yeah.
The boy weighs 125, 130 pounds.
His weight in person.
Hey, there were about 7 or 8 of our rookies within 100 points of each other coming into this event. There are only 3 or 4 left doing that. About 3 or 4 dropped out of the race in terms of how close they were. So some of them took it on the chin, but that's the way the St. Johns River rolls. Doles it out every time.
Right there, your Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year points. Trey McKinney on top right there. Tyler Williams of Maine, also from New York, Cooperstown, New York. In fact, Kyle Patrick in 3rd place. Wesley Gore, J.T. Tompkins, and Ben Milliken. And our next 3, and John Garrett, who won last week, or which came into this week, as a matter of fact. Well, now it was last week at the Hurricane. Very confusing when they all get back-to-backers going here. But, man, the rookies... Today on Fox, the stars of NASCAR head to Talladega for the biggest thrill ride of the year. Pre-show kicks things off at 2 Eastern, and then the green flag flies at 3 Eastern today on Fox. Who you got in that one, Z? Keselowski? Elliott?
I'm going to go. Who has Hamner's name on the back of their car?
Ross Chastain.
I'm going Ross Chastain.
Well, yeah, of course. That's the obvious one.
Justin Hamner on the back of his ride. Let's go.
Yeah, that's the Bassmaster connection. We'll go with that.
I feel like Truex has been real fast and running well. They just hadn't put it all together to get in the victory lane, so I'm expecting to see Truex show up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Matt Airy.
He's got it. I'll go ahead and catch him because he will help.
This actually has been the time of day.
That's the male, dude.
The first 3 days of this tournament where you definitely got to see some of the bigger fish on the scales.
I mean, the
really
female's
now
a lot
till
bigger, dude.
weigh-in.
I know which one it was. Yeah, it was that one. I hope she'll go up there and guard it now. I hope I didn't just ruin it. She's a 4-pounder. I had to catch him because I knew he would help. She's looking for him now.
Good one right there for Matt Airy. Heard him make the comment. That right there is the male that was locked on that bed. So the female is considerably bigger.
Yeah, there's another one on the bed right there. Full moon's in like a day or two. This one right here, I don't think will help.
You are live. Give us what are you doing?
We frogging, baby. You know, honestly, I don't know what else we can bring y'all today. We've frogged them, we've sight fished them, we've caught some on a shell bed, we've caught some flipping pads. It has been an absolute conglomerate of a little bit of everything today. And I feel like we're getting ready to catch one out of this big mat back here because I've seen like 3 in here. Caught that one off the bed. I hope that female slides up there and we didn't jack her up. That should be a bite right there. But I'm having fun. Let's put it that way. Fishing a little bit of everything. My Toyota teammate Lester, before the weigh-in was over yesterday, we were talking in the bag line, and he actually got me clued into a little bit of a canal bite that's been going on, and I've been pleasantly surprised. I'm actually seen 3 on the bed already, and then this is really the only place I've looked. Obviously, I've been fishing down there where Corey has been wailing on them. But that, you know, I left that to him and figured I'd go do something else. And I honestly have been really pleasantly surprised today. I'd love a big bite right now. One big bite, give us a good solid bag, you know, not a giant bag, but a good bag. We're gonna ease in here a little ways. There's one on the bed right here, but I'm 90% sure that one won't help us. I think our smallest fish is like a 2-pounder. This one right here on the bed, I need to get a better look at it. No, it won't help us.
Good look at that bright spot of.
I'm gonna change my frog.
The difference of how the beds look in these canals compared to where we've been all day in Salt Springs, it's really, really
that
clear.
One right there, I'm banking on it not helping us because I'm not gonna fish for it. Let's put it that way. Now that one right there will help us. Where'd he come from? There's another one. Goodness gracious alive, dude. I'm gonna change my frog and put on a little heavier frog where it'll sit down on this mat a little bit better back here. And hopefully
all right, you're clear.
Good stuff, huh?
Good stuff.
Yes, sir.
Matt Airy, you have a good year. He's
Where he come from?
Made the first 2 cuts, first 2 events.
We getting ready to get a
15th
bite
at the Classic.
in this thing, dude.
He made the Classic every year he's been out here.
And really, hats off to Matt Airy's cameraman. That frog bite they got while Dave and Davey were up was one of the best shots of the year.
Brandon Fine right
Dazzling. Taking taking a look at Jason Christie earlier today on the east side of Crescent Lake. Booyah, covert spinnerbait, biggest key to that spinnerbait. Just like Greg Hackney's very, very small blades to match the shad spawn going on. He has got a number of bites and then absolutely went to work on him on the corner of a dock for about a half hour. It was interesting to listen to Jason Christie talking about in practice. He said there was certain trees that you could make 5 casts on the east side of Crescent that you could catch 25 pounds, and we got to hear that from a lot of the locals before this tournament. Never got to see a bag that big out of Crescent.
Christie coming into form. This could be a good pick for the next event.
Absolutely.
South Carolina. He's won a big one in South Carolina before.
Classic.
Yeah.
This next 3 events will be interesting with Murray in May, and then we go to Wheeler in June and Smith in late June.
First time ever for the leads in Smith Lake, which is hard to believe.
Yeah, for sure. I think first time in June ever for any of our tournament trails. We've been in the spring and winter.
Probably more wind today than we have seen all week, knowing that was something your leader, Corey Johnston, did not want, but he has stacked enough chips. He's in obviously fairly good shape. Marathon peak performance sitting with over an 18-pound lead right now unofficially. Getting it done with a creature bait, using his perspective view when we were in low light conditions earlier in the week, and then backing it up with a 5-inch weightless stick bait and just out fishing. A lot of competition around him. Salt Springs, that was the place.
I'm telling you.
The depression in the back of Salt Springs, and got to hear Corey Johnston say it. Man, I was just stunned. There was not more competition that got on that gig. Really only shared it with 3 other boats all week long. But this bite right here is sealing the deal early this morning, calling an audible, flipping pads in the river, something he has not done this entire tournament with a giant. Marathon peak performance, basically it was a blowout all week long. Corey Johnston from Canada. And really, most locals told you it was not going to take a 20-pound average. Not the case. Absolutely knocking it out. Marathon peak performance, Corey Johnston.
Yeah, that was a 7:10 this morning. It's the Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the day. So he's got that
Sitting
going
there.
as well.
Z was right there around 18 pounds. 17-12 be the 3rd highest margin of victory in Elite Series history.
Wow.
A couple more ounces and he'll take 2nd.
Wow. That is impressive. Corey Johnston on his way. There's no doubt about that. I don't think there's any stopping him now, but I may be speaking out of turn here. Brad Watley, Jacob Fouts, Drew Benton, and Chris Johnston rounding out our top 5 here. They're all going to fish on, though. The Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite Series event on the St. Johns River is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Ranger Boats. Excuse me, Skeeter Boats.
Look at that diverse. Normally we see a bunch of boats clustered in an area, but we got a lot of regions represented this week.
Yeah, we've definitely been around the entire St. Johns, all the way from upriver, which is south, to just a little bit north of Palatka.
It's locked.
Back out with Matt Airy.
Be easy to catch.
There he is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that fish won't help me. And this one over here won't help me. See if we can get turned around here in this big old wide canal. Wait a minute. Is that a female? I think I'm seeing things.
Matt Airy. He said it's been a hodgepodge all day long out fishing shell bars, but watch this bite right here. Great camera work, fishing the topwater frog. That is fantastic.
Yeah. Did you get that, sweetheart? Did you get that? Huh? Did you get that? How about that for a blow up, sweet thing?
That is awesome.
Better than that. He's pummeled that frog.
Tommy, this has been like an actual old school bass tournament like we used to commentate together back in, right?
It really is remarkably like that.
It's like we've all gone back in time this week.
Fine with me. Occasional time tripping. Doesn't hurt anybody. Oh.
No, he won't help. I didn't think he would, but he was too easy not to just grab and check.
All right, run us through what just happened.
Well, we caught one that's not going to help, pound and 3/4 fish, but sometimes when they're kind of hard to see like that, it turn out bigger. I mean, we got a 2-pounder in there, and if he would have been 2.5, you know, that would have been a big deal. Half a pound's a lot. So what's going to happen now is we're going to turn the boat around and try to see if we can see this female sliding back up. If not, we're going to go somewhere else because we're pretty much done here. I got to get another bait out.
That area's been busy in that canal.
He has.
Sure. Back out to Chris Johnston.
Looking at the two anglers that kind of gave Corey Johnston free reign of Salt Springs. Both of them stayed out of there today. Hats off on that.
Has not been a stellar day by any means. Got lucky, got 1-4 today, but sorry, I'm just a little distracted. I get little windows of the sun and I can see for a second, but if there's no sun with this wind, I can't see a thing. So just trying to find one big one. If I get a 6-pounder, I'm gonna call by 5 pounds. So came in here a little late, but I saw one like 6, it wouldn't stay on the bed. But we're gonna keep looking around here until it's time to go. Just takes one of these big ones.
Actually, I said Chris stayed out of that area. I was completely wrong.
Gone.
He's right back where
now he's, yeah. Well, now he is.
It's very, very difficult without that sun. I know there's some big ones in this area, but I can't pinpoint them. So I'm just tossing right now.
By the time Corey left this area, Chris went in.
Gave it to him for the most part, I guess.
Yeah,
wind, and it has been hammered. Last 3 days of competition.
All right, we made a move. We're out of the spring and flipping some more pads, just trying to get one more big bite. I don't know. The spring just, for me, it wasn't happening, and I feel like that this is my best bet right now to catch a good one. So that's what we're gonna do the rest of the day. One good bite. switch up between the stick bait. Probably flip a 6 cents bongo here in a bit, try and get a bigger bite. These fish are pretty aggressive. Like when you throw it in there, a lot of the times they're hitting it on the fall, so sometimes that little bigger bait will make them react just a little bit better than one of these stick baits. Majority of these fish are non-spawning in these pads, so.
Well, there have been a lot of big ones caught out of lily pads this week, but there have been a lot of big ones lost. There we go.
Been a while since we checked in on Greg.
You don't trust my driving, Jake?
I do.
Oh, watch out. I can't get up there, so I'm gonna have to, I think I'm gonna end up breaking it off. I don't want it to come flying back. It's a piece of trot line or something. I can't break it. I don't think I can get up there. I can't hardly, we're stuck on the ground here.
It's hard to break that braid, Hanselman.
Yeah, it is, I'm telling you. You don't want a yo-yo to the face either.
No. No. You don't want a 1 ounce topwater bait to the grill.
Z, you like train wrecks, don't you?
Just good to know
Let me
everybody
bring up
else has
something.
them.
Going to celebrate Corey Johnston, remember? Okay. 5 years ago, 2019, at the St. Lawrence River. You were there.
I was there.
His worst moment probably ever.
I don't know if we want to put the picture up, but I watched a trolling motor fall off his boat. He was using the backup boat.
Right.
And I had never seen a day like that.
He caught 22 pounds.
Really, I'm just fishing new water, trying to find a batch of new fish or an area that I hadn't fished that I can get some bites in. I'm just kind of bouncing around here in Dunn's Creek, and I'm getting a few bites, but they're not everywhere. It's like they're in half the places that I fish. So we're just gonna keep moving and keep covering water. Still got probably an hour and a half fishing time left. And this hour and a half should be the best of the day, so I just got to be in the right place where they're biting.
The biggest problem, Such, wasn't the fact of his the weight he caught on day one. It was the fact that he went to a different boat and was 7 minutes late.
7-pound penalty.
Missed the cut.
Started 60th.
I have never seen a day like I saw with Corey Johnston. For him to win this tournament, trust me when I tell you, he has earned it.
Kayak fishing kind of having its day right now. It's been around for a long, long time. It's just gotten a whole lot more updated with all the gear, equipment, and the tournaments that are part of the Yamaha Rightwater's Bassmaster Kayak Series, powered by Tourney X. Just finished, that's pictures there from recently completed event, Possum Kingdom. Got one coming up May 18th through 19th. Next month, a month from now, on Lake Guntersville, Scottsboro, Alabama. So if you're interested in getting involved, maybe becoming one of the competitors there, scan the QR code, check it out on Bassmaster.com, the Yamaha Bassmaster Kayak Series. Oh, yes, very much looking forward to it. Shannon Spakin, the whole race day crew ready to get the wheels in motion. Set the wheels in motion for NASCAR Race Day Talladega on this one of the most anticipated days in the world of NASCAR racing. It's right around the corner here. Our live coverage, meantime, on the St. Johns River, as we get close to the end of our coverage of this event right here, is Rapala. Fourth stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, this Maxam Bassmaster event. Corey Johnston
Look
of
at that
Canada.
lead.
Oof.
Wow.
What a cushion he's got with time running out. Corey Johnston in the catbird seat.
I mean,
Just think about
mildly.
2020 at Fork Z adding another 11 pounds to this. How absurd was that if we went back 4 years and thought about that? I can't remember.
Fair to say he didn't have to go bass fishing today.
No, he did
Which is rare on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Very much so. Corey Johnston fixing to drink it all in there. Weigh-in coming up at 3 o'clock Eastern time here in Palatka, Florida. As we get back down, check in on Greg Hackney.
Date is there's not been any change since 8:32. I've caught one bass since then, about a pound and a halfer.
8:23.
Oh, 8:23 was my last upgrade. At 11:32, I caught the last bass I've caught, and I've had a couple rubs, but there's so many trash fish in the water that it's hard to tell if I've had another bass bite since 11:32. So I'm back cranking boat docks because this was wasn't my secondary deal, but it was the deal that was working after the shad quit spawning, and I've yet to make it work since the first day of the event. I don't know why. It seemed like when the tide would fall, it would just suck those fish that were up shallow on the shad spawn. Some of them would linger for a while on these docks, and they were suspended pretty high in the water column, and so that was the reason I was cranking a 1.5. And I caught a couple big ones, practicing. Caught a 6-pounder, caught some nice 3-pounders, and the last couple days, I've yet to have a bass bite. I've caught big hybrids. There's been some of all of it, but I mean, I've done a lot of different stuff today that I didn't even do in practice because I have had that fortune because I got off to such a quick start. But, I mean, I'm still headhunting. I got plenty of time. It still feels right to me. The biggest thing that's changed is the life. The life seems to have left these boat docks. I guess it's out there in the abyss. But all the key docks that I was getting bit on would have a little bit of bait around them, some shad still hanging around them. And the last 2 days, that's been gone. I don't know. I mean, this lake is featureless. I mean, I know it's got shells in it or whatever out there, but it just seems like the fish here are really nomadic. And wherever those shad go, I mean, that's been the key the whole week, whether they were up spawning or when they're on the docks, or like there has to be shad around. I can't find any fish. I even did some fishing today, like for what I would think would be resident fish. Back in some pockets with some weeds and stuff, and maybe even some spawners. I didn't do any of that in practice, and so I've done some of it today, but to no avail. So I figured my best chance of catching a big one is to get back out here on these docks. So that's the way we probably gonna finish it.
"20 years of Greg Hackney fishing the top level of the Bassmasters, and way more often than not, he is parked in the top 20 of the points race by the end of the season."
About every year.
Yeah, just about every year. I have no doubt that he's going to make it there this year.
And normally he starts off, because we start in Florida, we normally start at the St. Johns River. You say he finishes in the top 20 every year in points. He normally starts in the top 5 in points and maintains throughout the year. So it's not like there's a region of the country that he only excels in and gains, a bunch of points. It's throughout the whole year. But with this being the 3rd and 4th stops, Greg Hackney's had a 13th last week at the Harris Chain and a top 10 this week. And to think if he finished 7th, this would be his 3rd or 4th best finish here at the St. John's. Not even.
Yeah, he's just been stellar here.
Well, you could tell in Crescent where he has fished, Jason Christie. It has been a mystery. After that first 90 minutes where those fish go, it is a fun 90 minutes that we had this morning, but after that, it tapers off.
He fished on, could have kicked up his feet and just sort of relaxed today, but Greg Hackney's going to fish on, just didn't get much going after that, but a great start nonetheless to his day.
So as of now, it is the 3rd largest.
Yes. So if it stayed where it's at, Corey Johnston leads by 12 pounds, 17 pounds, 12 ounces on Bass Track right now. That is the 3rd largest margin of victory right now in Elite Series history, which the Elite started in 06, the top level is for.
Get a hold of
Patrick Walters won by 29-10 at Lake Fork in the fall. He broke 100 pounds and second had 75. 2021, the next season, Caleb Kufal at Lake Gunnersville stayed in a small area as well. Won by 17-14 over West Logan. And that was an 85-pound final winning weight. So we would add one of our biggest margins of victories this week. And John Garrett's 10-9 victory last week is, of the double-digit victories, is the lowest right there at. So it's the 14th highest. And other than Lake Fork, we've had every other lake is different. We've had the Harris Chain, Lake Fork, like we said, 3 times. Bull Shoals, Okeechobee, Champlain, Seminole, Toho, Santee. St. John's has already been on there, and we'll add it twice now.
Yeah, we've seen some good beatdowns at Santee for sure. That is right. Don't forget the weigh-in. Crown our champion at 3 p.m. is when I get started. That's when all our top 10 check in. Our 10 left on Championship Sunday. Find that on Bassmaster.com. Dave Mercer will be ready to get everyone up for it, showing their appreciation for these great anglers who have done so well, achieving here on the St. Johns River.
It's been a good throwback event. It really has.
That's a good way to put it. You summed it up right there. Not too bad to have one of those every once in a while.
Absolutely. We got to take a look at the majority of the St. Johns River and all its lakes connected to it, from spinnerbaiting to topwater fishing, some technology fishing here and there, but it was nice to see a shallow water bite with some great sight fishing all week long. And look for another one to come here in a couple weeks. Bassmaster Elite Series on Lake Murray should be another fantastic event.
That one really was the highlight for a lot of people for last season.
Yes.
It's one of the best tournaments in a long, long time.
Boy, we have been in the boat, on the water, Tommy Sanders, with that young man right there, Corey Johnston from Canada, and a lot of his Canadian buddies tend to grind on him a little bit, making fun that he has not won an Elite Series event, but it looks like today is the day. Fantastic tournament.
He's won a Bassmaster Open in the past, now an Elite Series event, possibly for Corey Johnston if he makes it back. He'll now be a 2-time B.A.S.S winner, and Chris, his brother, is a 1-time B.A.S.S winner.
Our coverage is going to continue on Bassmaster.com in the form of a live mix. Next time we see you, we'll be at Lake Logan Martin 2 weeks from yesterday for St. Croix Bassmaster Open.
They never were up real tight. You know, they'd be on the corner post, or I was cranking right down beside the dock. But I know they were hanging around out there because that's where the shad were, just outside the dock, you know. I know I fished this dock down here. Biggest reason I was cranking, they're not on the bottom. You know, they're not. They may be out there on shell or something on the bottom, but they seem to be suspended because I spent some time worming some of these docks too, just to be for sure.
Well, we came back to the main river. Trying to flip these pads where I caught a few every day late. Haven't had a bite yet though. It's all right. Trying to get rid of one fish that I need to. target-rich environment. That's what they say. If that's not scream and throw a frog back there, I don't know what is. Ooh, huh. I don't know what that was. Try it again. What in the world was that? A manatee? Big old manatee back there. Blasted. Look at them. Two big old manatees. See them? Boy, that's a big one there. Pretty cool.
Six anglers battling it out on this incredible body of water. You can watch the action all day long on Bassmaster.com and, of course, FS1. It is going to be a showdown, a throwdown, a big fish mowdown. It is the greatest spectacle in sport fishing, the 24th Bassmaster Classic. Grove, Oklahoma, you guys are incredible. I can't wait to watch it go down.
First cast Bassmaster Classic. Woo!
Yes, sir. Oklahoma, let's hear it.
We're in the outdoor tailgate by the Bassmaster Live booth. I've got my guy Nick and his daughter Adriel.
We're from Ohio, and this is the second classic. It's addictive. I mean, you get everybody here under the same roof for the same passion. Chasing little green fish is what it's all about, and getting everybody together.
How much that weigh? Can I hold it? Wow, it's heavy.
Welcome.
This is our first Bassmaster Classic. Came in from Grand Rapids, Michigan. About a 12-hour drive down. It's been a little overwhelming so far. It's a lot of stuff to see. We spent 2 days in here, and I still feel like we barely scratched the surface.
We've been out here all 3 days, and we just enjoyed it all the way. I mean, it's been a blast.
The event's really cool. This is my first ever classic, so this is really cool. All the booths and stuff like that. They got the TVs up there on the other wall, so you can just watch the classic if you want to.
I think it's really great. Having a good time, going to the weigh-ins, watching the weigh-ins. It's just a really fun experience.
Let's get ready to weigh in. Oh boy, double guns loaded. Bang, bang. A brand new Bass Pro Shops daily leader, the one and only Matt Robertson. An absolute fin freak of nature. Boom shakalaka, giant bass.
From Northport, Alabama, Johnston Hamner!
15 pounds, 13 ounces, and 2024 is Hamner time!
Still no bites, flipping pads. The water's gotten pretty dirty here. I'm sure they'll still be in it, but starting to clean up as I get further down. Just one bite, fish. That's all I want. There's not one in that tree in the pads. Wind's pushing me pretty fast. Oh, nasty. Hate those things. Needed that to be a bass. See if the next one will be a bass.
gonna crank us up. Ease us over to the patch of pads. Oh, I like the foot move. Yeah, just cross. Yeah, I like how you drug your foot. I was like, now he's got a system.
Crazy how much bait's here right now. All right, let's roll.
Fish for about another 15 minutes or so, and then we're gonna make our way back. Nice to get one more bite. Come on, one more.
How are you feeling about today?
Feeling okay. Not feeling spectacular, but you know, I feel like we did our job today, and if someone beats us, they beat us. You know, we fished our butts off and didn't really lose any today. Made every opportunity count, and that's all you can really do. I think I made the right decisions. I hope I made the right decisions. Definitely starting off this morning flipping was a key decision for me for sure. It's hard to abandon what you've done for 3 days to get you where you're at and then do something totally different, but like I said in practice, I had a ton of bites flipping pads and some good bites too. So I knew that I'd get some fish. I just didn't know if they'd be 2-pounders or what. Just want that line to tighten up one last time.
happens today, how special will that moment be?
Oh, I mean, it'll be great. Every person that fishes tournaments, all they dream of is, wanting to win a blue trophy one day. And I've had so many close opportunities in the 5 years that I've been fishing the Elite Series, and especially on my home water with all my friends and family. So, to do it in Florida would be even better, just because it's not my home water, it's something else. And Chris's first FLW win was here in Florida, and Florida's just an awesome state. The fishing's incredible, and there's nothing I look forward to more every year than getting down here and fishing. There's giants everywhere, and just the way that I like to fish sets up perfect. I can sight fish, I can flip, I can do whatever I want and how I grew up fishing. So it's special for sure. Had a few buddies fly down last night. If I had $1 for every time someone the last 2 days said, "Don't F this up," I'd have a lot of money, because usually it happens. That's her. Oh, come off. Frickin' giant. That was like a 6 or 7 pounder. I seen the whole side of her. It's the only big one I've lost this week. That was a frickin' cranker. A big one. Hope that don't cost me. God, that was a big fish. I watched her it was pinned up in the pads, and I literally watched her shake her head and swim off.
Pads are so tough.
God, that was a big one, man.
The Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns River in Palatka, Florida is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Oh, the time is winding down. Championship Sunday here, 4th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Our 10 anglers here. A great thing about our 10 anglers here, most of them showed us something different. Many of them different approaches within the single angler.
Absolutely
through
right.
the course of the day. Greg Hackney, a great start today. Moments ago, wow.
Okay.
I don't know.
It was a little bit slower afternoon for Greg Hackney, but every day he's made little culls after he leaves Crescent.
First one in 6 hours.
Wow.
It felt bigger for just a split second.
I'll have to look because I don't know. gotta be 3 in here. I might get one. Come on. There's got to be another one in there, though. There's got to be another. There's got to be another one in there. Because I thought I put. No, I ain't got but 2 in this side. That's right. The 2 smallest ones are in here. That's right. That is right. That is right. Okay. So, out of these 2. Let's see which one it is. Yep. I'll have to feel in that other side, I guess. Dang. They're just, these are nice fish. They're skinny. They look like they just got through. Okay, so the white one is the biggest one. This one feels.
Might be a little call right there for Greg Hackney from there.
Tiny bit of an upgrade.
Uh-huh.
Let's get back to the Johnston brothers. How about the one that's had the lead for about 3 days here? Not in a small way either. Big day put up again by Corey Johnston.
To be down 5 pounds on day 1, up 11 on day 2, and up 14 on day 3. Now he's up 18.
Yeah!
Here we go. One last one, baby. Freaking Gamakatsu just jammed in there.
Well, as Such said when we were on FS1, it is not over. Good one right there for Corey Johnston.
With us, and
the day is indeed not.
Took the lead at 8. Come to events, and it's just a lot of fun. Being greedy and want one more. Oh my God. Yeah! Freaking kidding me? Freaking another stud.
I think he's going to have the second biggest margin of victory.
Well, Tommy,
I think he's going to be in that 18, 19, 20 pounds.
Well, you have heard when it is your time, it is your time. That
Apparently. One more and someone's going to say, come on, man.
I have no idea which ones.
Oh, wow.
Well, yeah. Okay, there we go. Last one. There's a primal urge that needs to be quenched.
Wait a minute.
Needs to be quenched now. Power pole replay of the day really could be the last 3 days of fishing for Corey Johnston. But this one early this morning deciding not to go to Salt Springs, catching an unofficial 7-pounder. We're saying it could be a little bit more. I'm not kidding. The last 3 days have been the power pole replay of the day of this dude, Corey Johnston. Revisiting those pads late in the day and still piling it on. We've seen runaways on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but boy, this one was done early this morning on Championship Sunday. Corey Johnston, you are the Power Pole replay of the day, and you have quenched that thirst. He probably wants to call that one last one.
He's going to try to call that one. I promise.
Let's just. Century Club still on the board, Such, or what?
Whoa.
No, he'd have to really catch 2 7-pounders.
At this point,
don't tell him there's time.
Absolutely.
Sure, it could happen.
Don't tell him there's time.
We'll make about 3 more flips here and we're gone.
I see. He's still got a chance. 2 more fish and 3 more flips.
Just want to say hi to my parents. I know they're back home watching, and I know the wife and kids they flew down, so they're gonna be here, but all my buddies and whatnot back home, a few of them flew down, and yeah, feel a little bit better now.
18 pounds today, 91.13 total.
Let's get out of here.
21 pounds over Brad Watley and Jacob Fouts.
Is it safe to say that if he didn't even go to Salt Springs yesterday, that he could have won the event just doing what he's done today on the river these last 2 days? Like, he could have did this for 2 more days and still won by 10 pounds.
I can't answer that.
Just despicable.
He could have sat home a day.
I'm looking right at you.
There'd be no way for me to answer.
No, but
that.
I mean, he got enough bites today.
I don't know.
For him to do.
I mean, hypothetically, Tommy, yes, I guess
we got
he
one
could
more
have.
seg left.
The Maxam Boats Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns River is sponsored by Ranger Boats.
It
by
is.
Rapala. And by Yamaha.
I mean, in all honesty, he could have went to Crescent yesterday, I guess.
Could have.
Hey,
Could
no,
have.
I was trying to play ball now. I don't want to play ball now. I put my glove up.
A little bit of fishing left to go. We'll be right back. The Maxam Tires Elite event on the St. Johns River. The land of the Giants has been a memorable adventure. So why don't we take this opportunity to refresh our memories and hit some of the high spots. We crank up the final edition of the Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. Been an interesting, diverse week on the St. Johns River. First area we're going to take a peek at is east side of Crescent Lake, somewhere we have seen tournaments dominated long ago in a galaxy far away in our Humminbird Unlock the Lake. We're going to start with Greg Hackney on that east side of Crescent, and here was the only problem. The benefit was, on Bassmaster Live, the shad spawn lasted about 60 minutes to 90 minutes. Custom-made Strike King spinnerbait right there. Looks like it's got about 30 little blades on it. Actually, doesn't, only has 4, but hard cover where a lot of those shad would spawn in the morning. So many anglers tried to get that bite to go, but very few made it to Championship Sunday. The interesting thing, though, with Greg Hackney on the east side of Crescent, when that bite died off, so did his catch. But a very solid top 10 finish for Greg Hackney.
Every time we're here, Tommy Sanders, Greg Hackney has a great finish. Only one slip up in all of the times he's visited here. And every afternoon, maybe one upgrade, maybe 2. But if this was a tournament just based off the first 90 minutes of the day, Tommy, Greg would have been your champion.
One of the guys people were looking to as a favorite coming in here, the Florida native, Drew Benton.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm really looking at Drew Benton's day doing the same thing, going for it on Championship Sunday, living on the east side of Crescent, getting it done with a spinnerbait. But again, right after that bite died, a lot of Drew Benton's work was done in the canal systems throughout St. Johns River, catching this big one right here off of bed. And looking, kind of gauging his week, a 3/8 ounce dirty jig. Swimming that jig on high tide. He said a lot of those big fish would be on the inside of the pads in these canals. And when that tide would drop out, they'd be on the outside. Solid finish for Drew Benton.
Every single day, it seemed like he got a little bit better every day, and moving up from 9th on the final day, Tommy, to have gained a couple extra $1,000 and more needed points because he started a little slow this year.
Also fishing his way into the top 10. Very, very solid, consistent effort from the former college national champion, Jacob Fouts.
Jacob Fouts, really, he was the king of Rodman Reservoir. Said he had a 300-yard radius in Rodman. Looking at about 10 to 15 feet of water, a lot of submerged timber that had schools of 20 to 50 bass. One of the only anglers in our field of 10 on the final day using forward-facing sonar, getting it done with a Yozuri topwater bait and a Baby Z2 on a jig.
Jacob's been keeping it going since last year's Northern Swing, Tommy. St. Clair, Champlain, and the St. Lawrence River, all good finishes for Jacob Fouts, and then he rolled it into a great start to the season. He's in the top 10 in points because he has dialed in this style of fishing to his benefit.
The scenery never changed for Jacob Fouts, and that's a great thing because he was left alone pretty much in this spot all week long. Jacob Fouts with 17-11, 18-12, and 18-4. Brad Watley, one of the great comeback stories of the year so far. Incredible. 95th place on day number 1.
Day number 1, 2 bass for 8 pounds and 9 ounces. Backs it up with 20 pounds, then 31 pounds on day 3. Taking a look at what he was doing starting off out in the main river on the final day of competition. And here's the amazing thing. We took a lot of peaks at Crescent. He said where he went wrong was day number 1. He tried to get that shad spawn bite going in Crescent. He said when he ignored that and went to the bottom of Lake George on day number 3 is when he put the meat in the locker. Great finish for Brad Watley.
And this has been a place that he has had a lot of success. This state of Florida, he might be from Texas, Tommy, but 8 elite events in this state, only 1 missed cut, and more times than not, we'll see him doing well into day 4.
Started his career down here with a good finish, but man, you talk about the best finish of all. Definitely belongs to this guy who started out his career down here also.
No doubt about it. Corey Johnston looking for his first Bassmaster Elite Series win, calling an audible on the final day. Majority of his damage was done in Salt Springs, probably the biggest community hole on the St. Johns River. Said, I'm done with it. I'm absolutely going to live out on that main river and flip lily pads. That's exactly what he did.
Way smaller.
Slid back into Salt Springs a little bit on the final day, but you could tell it was pretty much worn out, then faded back out to the main river, flipping pads, and fair to say one of the most dominating performances we have seen on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
No doubt about that, and the stats back it up as well. The second biggest margin of victory in Elite Series history, Corey Johnston, over 20 pounds.
Wow.
Now we have 3 Canadians with wins on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and that is it. Your Humminbird unlocked the lake for the St. Johns River and the Maxam Tire Elite event. Clock winding down. All our anglers.
Oh, it is.
Running back. They got 10 minutes left.
Yeah, they got 10 minutes. Got to check in. You got to get back there. Corey
now
Johnston.
listen, we have seen things go wrong with Corey throughout the year. I was going to say.
Okay. You better be back already.
All right.
You better be back.
You can scotch that last one, I guess.
Got to the dock here, we're checked in, and I mean, we had a great week. I haven't even looked at Bass Track yet, but you know, they're gonna have to catch them today. So we did all we could. We made the right decisions today, and you know, going and flipping those pads were definitely key today. That's, you know, if I had stayed in that spring all day, I would have had, you know, 6 pounds, 7 pounds, and you know, it's just, that's what it's all about. It's making the right decision, and I think we did that this week. We lost one big one all week, so that's pretty good, especially fishing the way that we're fishing, you know, sight fishing them and flipping those pads and stuff like that. And we had a good week. If we get beat, we get beat, but you know, we did our job. That's all I can ask for. I'm just I'm glad that the family came down, and yeah, that's it. I'm ready for some cold beers. I promise you that.
Phoenix Boat's big bass leader as well. That'll help fund all refreshments.
Yeah, it will.
So forth.
I've been around that crew. They will make him buy as well this evening. There's no doubt in my mind.
Jason Christie never won in the state of Florida, but coming away with 2 top 10s.
Awesome for him.
Everyone inside our top 10 except for Ray Hanselman and I believe Logan Latuso are currently in the Classic cut. Hanselman and Latuso still have a little bit of work to do that, but we're not quite halfway through. Like you said, Tommy, day 2 of Lake Murray will be halfway through the season.
Didn't know what to expect when we came down here. Not exactly in terms of stats on Bassmaster tournaments here this time of year, because there hasn't been one on the Elite Series for sure. Well, our anglers had to kind of pick their way through it.
A lot of our friends that we talk to, you know, we do that before every tournament. A lot of the locals, and a lot of the local tournaments. We opened up Bassmaster Live on Thursday. You know, there's 3-hour tournaments that were taking 25 to 27 pounds. But the biggest problem, you know, talking to a lot of those anglers was and we see this a lot on St. John's, putting it together daily and gauging, you know, what they thought it would take to win was that 18 to 19 pound mark. Very few said it'll take more than 20 pounds a day. And it definitely, obviously, has done more than that.
Way more than that.
I mean, we're going to have our 4 elite events this year, Tom. You're going to be 130 pounds, 15 ounces. You're going to have 100 pounds, 9 ounces. You'll have 91 and change, whatever Corey ends up with today, low 90s, and then 84 and change. So everything basically 22 a day or 21 a day at least to get an Elite Series trophy this year. And my biggest takeaway from the St. John's is it's not far from where I grew up, like the Harris Chain, Kissimmee Chain, St. John's River. I grew up right in the middle of there. That's where my parents live. But
no, you didn't.
My biggest takeaway this week is the restoration efforts of the community to bring back the grass. No matter how it disappeared, whether it was high tides, strong currents, you know, spraying of water or the grass, whatever it is, I'm just glad to see the community come together and start to plant that resource, because this is a gem of the fishing world, one of the best rivers historically, and it is a time warp. You pull into Palatka and launch your boat, it just feels like bass fishing.
Oh, absolutely. Get that eelgrass going here. Boy. It's going to be really something special. Not that it isn't. I mean, to me, the most amazing thing is that not only did the sight fishing play, but it played for the better part of 3 days. That's just, we don't see that.
Well, we don't. And, you know, we've been redundant. We've talked about this at length when, you know, 30 to 50% of your field now is offshore staring at their graph. Kind of easy pickings in some of the notorious areas for spawners.
Oh, Corey Johnston's the outlier with over 90 pounds. Nobody else got over 71. Brad Watley and Fouts are right there at 70. And that's about what the guys were guessing the winning weight would be.
Low 70s.
In there?
Yeah,
right. Oh, sure.
17 a day, like you said.
Yeah, this was I heard Ronnie use the word. This has been a woodshed.
Oh, did I say woodshed?
You did.
Goodness.
Maybe not audibly, but
yeah, I don't know.
You expressed it.
You were even saying that it was a surprise. On day one, you're saying, I'd be surprised if this holds up, and everybody else said
100%.
It probably wouldn't hold up. And Corey Johnston, a little help from his brother Chris, pointing out one. But
it's one of those things of, you made it work for 2 days and you're at 50 pounds. Florida to a T is protect that. Just don't go catch 2 or 3 fish the next day. Protect your good work you've put in on the weekdays, protect it on the weekend, and he not only protected it, but still had like 1 or 2 of the best bags each day of the day 3 and day 4.
Consistently high. Other guys like Watley, 2 fish 20, then 30. Other guys, Latuso, 11 pounds, 21 pounds, and 20 again.
Yeah, man, it was a, our goal honestly was to go out and entertain everybody today. No, in all seriousness, we caught them doing a little bit of everything. I hope everybody had a good time watching. We caught them on a frog. We caught them off the bed. We caught some on a shell bed. We caught some flipping pads. I mean, what else is there, right? We explored the St. John's in a variety of ways today. Had a good time. Hopefully, we moved up a spot or 2. You know, we were in a pretty deep hole, obviously in 10th place. But, I think the guys in 8th and 9th were like a pound ahead of us. So, look, if we move up a couple places, I'll be ecstatic. If we don't, oh well. We gave it our all. Good week on the St. John's overall. Great finish. Great points for the Bassmaster Classic, back at Ray Roberts in 2025, and that's the goal, to make it there. So we will we'll go weigh them up, see what happens. But good time this week on the St. John's.
Perfect.
Matt Airy, another good performance here. Part of his career, his 6-year career with Bassmaster Elite Series, 20 years for Greg Hackney, and he just keeps knocking them out.
Tommy, we had us a good old-fashioned bass tournament this time around.
Really?
That may change a little bit in a couple weeks on Lake Murray. Should be a phenomenal event. But across the board, and I know Ronnie and Such talked about this at length, we got to see really every corner of the St. John's River with so many different techniques. It was kind of like going back in time in a really weird way this week.
So many times we go to a giant fishery and everybody's crowded into one corner. Did not happen here. That's always refreshing. It's always fun. It shows some independent thinking and some creativity.
Nowadays, we talk about the portal in college sports. Get in the portal. Well, we jumped in the portal this week, Tommy.
It was back to the
You
future.
always turn back the clocks to the 80s, 90s. We just didn't see a gator tail worm, but we know it works here.
Got to see some big giants. We've seen double digits here before. I don't think we made the double-digit mark, but we got to see some, some giants coming in there, some game changers for some of our guys.
Great tournament. Absolutely
Really
great
was.
tournament.
Very, very memorable tournament here, as most of them are. St. John's River, the weigh-in starts at 3 p.m. That's check-in time. That's where all the guys are just about to start the process of. The ones that haven't checked in already. We will crown our winner and look forward to the next Bassmaster Live experience we have for you, which actually would be a St. Croix Bassmaster Open. Coming to you from Logan Martin Lake in Alabama. And the week after that, the Elite Series will set up Lake Murray in South Carolina. So thank you so much for being with us on this Sunday. We got this one started and finished on time. That's always great. Back-to-back tournaments in Florida. There's nothing like it. A lot of people glad to be done with it. I know one guy is so glad he came here. Get ready for the weigh-in.